What if the world you think you know is merely a fraction of the whole story? What if the grandest civilizations, the most profound secrets, and the most terrifying powers are not lost to time, but deliberately hidden, sealed away by forces beyond our comprehension, waiting just beyond a veil we cannot pierce? We live in a world of maps and satellites, believing every corner has been charted, yet for thousands of years, cultures across the globe have whispered of other places, entire realms that were cut off from our world. These are not just fairy tales, they are persistent, haunting legends of cities sunk beneath the waves, paradises hidden in unbreachable mist, and underworlds barred by divine judgment. These stories speak of a time when the boundary between myth and reality was dangerously thin, and ancient powers made a conscious decision to wall off entire domains from human reach. This is the profound and captivating mystery we are exploring today: how 25 mythical realms were sealed off by ancient forces and what they guarded. This journey is about so much more than cataloging ruins or decoding old texts. It's about confronting the very nature of power, wisdom, and fear. Each of these sealed realms represents a crossroads in the human story. Some were locked away to protect us from truths we were not ready to bear, knowledge that could topple empires, or technologies that could unravel reality itself. Others were hidden as punishment for our arrogance, or as sanctuaries to preserve a state of perfection we could only dream of. They guard things of unimaginable value: the fountain of youth, the secrets of immortality, the blueprints of human history, and artifacts of such power that their mere existence challenges everything we believe about our past. But they also guard terrors, primordial entities, chaotic energies, and reflections of our own darkest potentials that the ancients deemed too dangerous to be left uncontained. So we invite you to step with us through these forgotten gateways. Over the course of this exploration, we will venture from the sunken spires of Atlantis to the celestial kingdoms of the Aztec gods, from the dreaming landscapes shaped by our collective unconscious to the subterranean worlds humming with resonant energy. We will uncover the ingenious and terrifying methods used to lock them away: the cataclysms, the magical barriers, the cosmic alignments, and the spiritual decrees. This is a story about the ingenuity of ancient societies and the timeless human quest to push against the boundaries of the unknown. It is a narrative woven from our deepest fears and our highest aspirations. As we begin, we start our journey where so many of these legends converge, with the first and perhaps most famous of all sealed realms, the legendary, the magnificent, the doomed Empire of Atlantis. Our story begins not with a whisper, but with a cataclysm, the violent, sudden erasure of a civilization so advanced it has haunted humanity's imagination for millennia. Picture a vast island continent, larger than Asia Minor and Libya combined, positioned just beyond the Pillars of Hercules in the Atlantic Ocean. Its capital was a marvel of concentric rings of water and land, bridged by canals and adorned with palaces sheathed in a mysterious, glowing metal called orichalcum. The Atlanteans were a people of immense sophistication, possessing technologies that could harness the Earth's own energies, flying machines, and perhaps even a form of crystal-powered electricity. They lived in harmony for generations, governed by wise kings descended from the sea god Poseidon. But as their power grew, so did their pride. Plato's dialogues, the Timaeus and Critias, tell us that the divine portion within them began to fade, replaced by a corrupting human ambition. They ceased to be content with their paradise and launched a war of conquest against the ancient nations of the Mediterranean, including a prehistoric Athens. It was this hubris, this overreach of their station, that called down the judgment of the gods. In a single, terrible day and night of fire and flood, the entire island was shaken by violent earthquakes and swallowed by the sea, vanishing forever beneath the waves. The sealing of Atlantis was an act of immense, almost surgical finality. It wasn't merely destroyed, it was contained. The ocean itself became both its tomb and its eternal warden. Ancient texts and later interpretations suggest this was not a random geological disaster, but a deliberate act of divine or cosmic force. The gods, or perhaps the very laws of nature that the Atlanteans had learned to manipulate, turned against them. The cataclysm was so complete that it erased all physical traces, transforming a thriving metropolis of millions into a submerged ruin, hidden by miles of water and shifting seabed sediments. This was the ultimate quarantine. The ocean's immense pressure, its crushing depths, and its impenetrable darkness created a perfect barrier, ensuring that the dangerous knowledge and power of Atlantis would remain inaccessible. The sea was not just a grave, it was a locked vault, and the key was thrown away. So what exactly was sealed away in that sunken vault that required such a drastic measure? According to theorists like Ignatius Donnelly, who reignited popular interest in the 19th century, Atlantis was the mother of all civilizations. It guarded revolutionary secrets that, if recovered, could upend our understanding of history and science. They possessed energy sources that tapped directly into the planet's core, providing limitless, clean power. Their architectural knowledge allowed them to erect earthquake-proof structures and manipulate massive stone blocks with an ease that still eludes modern engineers, a concept that finds echoes in the mysterious construction of the Giza pyramids or Puma Punku. Some esoteric traditions suggest they had mastered psychic abilities, telepathy, and even genetic engineering. The sealing, therefore, served a dual purpose. It was a punishment for their moral failure, but also a protective measure for the rest of humanity. Unleashing such potent technology onto a world not yet ready for it could have led to global domination, war, or even the complete unraveling of the environment. The ocean's seal preserved a fragile cosmic balance. The enduring mystery, of course, is where this lost continent actually lies. The most literal interpretation of Plato places it in the Atlantic Ocean, and intriguingly, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, a massive underwater mountain range, has been proposed as a possible remnant of the sunken land. Other researchers have pointed to the Richat structure in Mauritania, a striking series of concentric rings visible from space, as a potential inspiration for the city's layout. Then there is the Bimini Road, a curious formation of submerged, rectangular limestone blocks off the coast of the Bahamas, which some believe to be a ruined wall or road from the sunken empire. Each potential location fuels the debate about whether Atlantis was a real, physical place or a powerful philosophical allegory, but perhaps it is both. The very fact that we are still searching for it centuries later speaks to the profound power of its story, a story that warns us that no civilization, no matter how advanced, is immune to the consequences of its own arrogance. The ocean guards its secrets well, and the legacy of Atlantis reminds us that some doors once closed are perhaps meant to remain shut. From the sunken grandeur of Atlantis, we travel now to the roof of the world, to a place where the very air seems to hold its breath and the mountains pierce the heavens. Here, hidden among the jagged peaks and plunging valleys of the Himalayas, lies a legend of a different kind of seal, not one of watery destruction, but of ethereal, deliberate concealment. Imagine a secluded valley, untouched by time, where the inhabitants live for centuries in a state of perfect peace and harmony. The air is perpetually clean and thin, fragrant with the scent of rare alpine flowers, and the only sounds are the gentle chime of temple bells and the soft murmur of ancient prayers. This is the vision of Shangri-La, a paradise shielded from the outside world not by walls of stone, but by an ever-shifting, impenetrable cloak of mist and mystical energy. While the name Shangri-La was popularized by James Hilton in his 1930s novel Lost Horizon, Its soul is drawn from a much older and richer tapestry of Tibetan Buddhist belief, primarily the myth of Shambhala. In these ancient traditions, this is not a mere fantasy but a sacred, physical realm that was deliberately sealed away by enlightened beings. The sealing was an act of profound spiritual foresight. Ancient sages and high lamas, possessing immense meditative power, are said to have woven a protective barrier around the valley using the very fabric of consciousness itself. They combined their focused spiritual energy, or tummo, with the natural elements of the mountains, causing perpetual fogs to form and pathways to shift and rearrange themselves, creating a labyrinth for the unworthy. The goal was not to hoard its wonders, but to preserve its ultimate purity, to create a sanctuary where the highest knowledge and the most compassionate ways of living could be protected from the corruption, greed, and chaos of the outside world. It is a refuge, a living library of enlightenment, waiting for a time when humanity is ready to receive its wisdom. So what priceless treasures does this hidden valley guard? The answer is as profound as it is elusive. Shangri-La is said to be the guardian of ultimate enlightenment, the direct understanding of the nature of reality and the self. Its libraries supposedly hold sutras or sacred texts, containing lost teachings of the Buddha, philosophical insights that could resolve humanity's deepest existential questions. It also guards the secret of longevity, not as a mere extension of years, but as a state of vibrant health and wisdom where inhabitants live for centuries, their bodies and minds in perfect sync with the slow, steady rhythm of the universe. In a world perpetually gripped by suffering, conflict, and noise, Shangri-La offers the ultimate refuge, a blueprint for a society built on peace, mutual respect, and deep spiritual understanding. It is a living testament to what humanity could achieve if it could transcend its baser instincts. The mechanism of this sealing is as intricate as it is fascinating. It wasn't a one-time event, but an ongoing process aligned with the cosmos itself. The barrier surrounding Shangri-La is believed to synchronize with celestial cycles and specific astrological events. There are legends that speak of windows of accessibility that open only during rare planetary alignments or when certain stars are in a precise configuration. At these moments, the mists might part for a fleeting instant, or a hidden passage might reveal itself in the ice. However, even this cosmic key is not enough. The legends are clear that only an individual with a perfectly pure heart and a mind free of malicious intent can perceive and enter the valley. This creates a dual lock system. One key is held by the heavens, and the other is forged within the seeker's own soul. Countless folktales from the region tell of determined explorers and devout monks who embarked on the arduous journey, braving treacherous passes and extreme cold. Some report catching a fleeting glimpse of green valleys and golden rooftops, only for the vision to dissolve back into the unforgiving rock and snow the moment a selfish thought or a doubt crossed their minds. These stories powerfully emphasize that the greatest barrier is not the mountain, but the self. This brings us to the central, captivating mystery of Shangri-La. Is it a real, physical location hidden in a remote, unexplored corner of the Himalayas, or is it, and perhaps more importantly, a powerful metaphor for the inner peace and enlightenment that we all seek? The beauty of this legend is that it masterfully blurs this line. For the literalists, the search continues in places like the hidden valleys of Bhutan or the mysterious White Lion Mountain in China's Yunnan province. They argue that our modern satellite technology has still not mapped every inch of those formidable peaks, and that a secluded ecosystem could easily remain undiscovered. For the spiritualists, however, the journey to Shangri-La is an internal one. The impassable mountains represent the obstacles of our own ego and desire. The eternal mists are the illusions that cloud our judgment. finding the valley means achieving a state of inner tranquility and wisdom so complete that the outer world's chaos can no longer touch us. In this view, every human being carries a map to their own personal Shangri-La, and the arduous pilgrimage is the lifelong work of meditation, compassion, and self-discovery. Perhaps the ultimate truth is that it is both a physical ideal that inspires us to undertake the spiritual journey within. Leaving behind the high, misty peaks of Shangri-La, we now journey to the windswept fens and ancient landscapes of the British Isles, to a realm where magic is woven into the soil and legend whispers from the water itself. Here, rising from the swirling vapors of a mystical lake, lies the most enduring enchantment of the Arthurian cycle, the Isle of Avalon. Picture an island that is never truly in one place, perpetually veiled by a low-hanging mist that seems to breathe with a life of its own. Its shores are not found on any ordinary map, for they can only be reached by a funeral barge, a vessel not of wood and nail, but of sorrow and hope, often said to be guided by the otherworldly hand of the Lady of the Lake herself. This is the place where the great sword Excalibur was forged in dragon fire and water magic, and it is the final refuge where the wounded King Arthur was taken after the tragic Battle of Camlan, to rest and heal until his prophesied return. Avalon is not merely a location. It is a promise, a sanctuary sealed at the moment of Camelot's greatest despair to protect the hope of a future restoration. The fall of Camelot represented more than just the collapse of a kingdom. It was the fracturing of a golden age of justice and unity. In the aftermath of this cataclysm, the ancient forces of the land intervened to ensure that its heart would not be lost forever. The sealing of Avalon was a collaborative act of profound magic, a ritual performed by the most powerful beings of the old world. The Druid Merlin, with his deep knowledge of the earth's secret lays and energies, wove incantations that bent light and perception around the island. Simultaneously, the fairy folk, the original inhabitants of the Twilight Realms, lent their own innate magic, binding the very mists of the air and the reeds of the water into a perpetual, shifting cloak. This was not a wall of stone, but a living, breathing barrier of intention. The spells were not just cast upon the island, they were woven into the fabric of the landscape itself, into the gnarled roots of its ancient trees and the cool depths of its sacred springs. The enchantment made Avalon fundamentally unfindable to anyone whose heart was clouded by ambition, greed, or cynicism. It became a place that one could only stumble upon by accident, guided by fate, or reach through an unwavering, almost childlike faith. So what profound treasures required such an intricate and powerful enchantment to protect? Avalon was far more than a hiding place for a wounded king. It was the vault of Camelot's soul. Historians and literary scholars suggest it guarded artifacts of unimaginable power and significance. The most famous of these is, of course, the Holy Grail, the cup of Christ said to grant eternal life and divine wisdom, which many knights had quested for in vain. But beyond that, Avalon was a repository of ancient knowledge. It held the secrets of the healing arts, with herbs and remedies known only to the priestesses who tended its sacred groves. It was a place of profound prophetic insight, where the veil between the present and the future was thin, and the patterns of destiny could be read in the flight of birds or the shifting of the stars. The isle itself was a symbol of immortality, famously associated with apple orchards. The name Avalon is often translated as the Isle of Apples. In Celtic tradition, the apple represents eternal life and wisdom, and these orchards were said to bear fruit year-round, sustaining the inhabitants and symbolizing the unbroken cycle of death and rebirth that Arthur himself would one day complete. This mystical concealment finds a powerful echo in the real-world geography of Glastonbury Tor in Somerset, England. This striking, solitary hill, rising dramatically from the flat Somerset levels, has been linked to Avalon for centuries. In the 12th century, monks at Glastonbury Abbey claimed to have discovered the graves of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere, fueling the belief that the Tor was the entrance to the Enchanted Isle. When the surrounding areas were flooded, as they often were in ancient times, the Tor would have appeared as an island rising from the water, perfectly matching the legendary descriptions. The very shape of the Tor, with its terraced layers, is said by some to resemble a spiral labyrinth, a symbolic path of spiritual ascent and initiation. This physical connection grounds the myth in a tangible landscape, suggesting that the legend of Avalon may be a poetic interpretation of a very real, very ancient sacred site, its true purpose sealed not just by magic, but by the passage of time and the fading of old beliefs. The enduring lesson of Avalon, echoed in countless tales of knights who set out to find it only to become lost in the familiar marshes, is that the greatest barriers are often those of the spirit. The legends emphasize that doubt is the true enemy of the quest. A knight could possess the finest boat and the most accurate star chart, but if a single seed of skepticism took root in his heart, the mists would never part for him. This transforms the myth from a simple adventure story into a profound allegory for the human search for meaning, healing, and transcendence. We all have our own Avalon states of grace, inner peace, or profound understanding that we seek. And reaching them requires not brute force or intellectual prowess, but a purity of intent and a courageous, unwavering faith in the unseen. The magic that sealed the Isle ensures that its mysteries, the resting king, the Holy Grail, the secrets of life and death remain dormant, not lost but waiting. They are preserved for that destined moment of great need, for the time when the world is ready for the return of its once and future hope. From the enchanted mists of Avalon, we now descend into a realm of profound darkness and brilliant judgment, a place where the very concept of the soul was put on trial. Visualize a vast subterranean labyrinth, not of stone and shadow alone, but of cosmic rivers and fields of fire, where every step forward is a test of the spirit. This is Duat, the Egyptian underworld, a domain so central to ancient belief that it was considered a necessary, if terrifying, passage for every single person who ever lived. But Duat was not a place one could simply walk into. It was a realm meticulously sealed off by divine decree, a spiritual fortress whose gates were locked against the living by the unwavering authority of the gods themselves. The ruler of this sealed kingdom was Osiris, the green-skinned god of the dead, who was both its king and its chief magistrate. His power to seal Duat came from a tragic and foundational myth, his own murder at the hands of his brother Set. This act of betrayal and the subsequent resurrection of Osiris by his wife Isis established the core Egyptian belief in life after death. Duat was created as the direct consequence of this divine drama, becoming the sealed crucible where every soul would undergo its own process of death and potential rebirth, just as Osiris had. The mechanisms that sealed Duat from the world of the living were as complex as they were formidable. They were not mere physical walls, but a multi-layered system of magical, ritualistic, and celestial barriers. The primary key to bypassing these seals was found in the Book of the Dead, or as the Egyptians called it, the Book of Coming Forth by Day. This was not a single book, but a collection of spells, passwords, and intricate maps painted on papyrus and buried with the deceased. These spells were the ultimate cheat sheet for the afterlife, providing the soul with the exact words to speak to intimidating gatekeepers, the names of the hostile entities it would meet, and the precise paths to navigate the treacherous geography. Without this knowledge, a soul would be lost, consumed, or eternally trapped. The sealing forces also included terrifying guardian creatures, the most famous being Ammit, the devourer of the dead. This monstrous being, with the head of a crocodile, the forequarters of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus, sat beside the scales of judgment. A soul found unworthy would be fed to her, resulting in a second, final, and total death, the ultimate fear that the seals were designed to enforce. Furthermore, access to Duat was governed by the solar cycle. Each night, the sun god Ra was believed to travel through the underworld in his solar bark, fighting off the serpent of chaos, Apep. This journey meant that Duat was only open or accessible in a spiritual sense during these nightly hours, its seals momentarily permeable to the righteous dead who joined Ra's crew, while remaining absolutely impenetrable to the living. So what unimaginable treasures did this divinely sealed labyrinth protect? Duat was not guarding gold or jewels, but something the Egyptians considered infinitely more valuable: the secrets of resurrection and the promise of eternal life. At its heart lay the Hall of Two Truths, where the climactic weighing of the heart ceremony took place. Here, the heart of the deceased, representing their conscience and moral character, was placed on a scale balanced against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth and cosmic order. This was the ultimate moral test. A heart heavy with sin would tip the scale, condemning the soul to annihilation by Ammit. A heart in balance allowed the soul to be presented to Osiris and granted access to the fertile, blissful field of reeds, a perfected version of Egypt where life continued eternally in a state of peace and abundance. The secrets guarded here were the very processes of judgment, purification, and transfiguration. The knowledge of how a mortal could become an immortal, justified soul. It protected the cosmic balance itself, ensuring that only those who had lived a life in harmony with Maat could achieve divinity. The role of the living was crucial in maintaining and navigating these seals. Egyptian priests and the family of the deceased performed elaborate opening of the mouth ceremonies on the mummy before burial. This ritual, using specialized tools, was believed to symbolically reanimate the corpse, restoring its senses so it could eat, drink, and speak in the afterlife. It was, in effect, a ceremonial key that helped the soul bypass the initial seals of Duat. The deceased was also equipped with a whole arsenal of amulets, the scarab beetle placed over the heart to prevent it from testifying against its owner, the Jed pillar representing the stable backbone of Osiris, and the Tayet knot of Isis for protection. These objects, charged with magical power, acted as specialized tools to disarm specific traps and barriers within the underworld, a tangible manifestation of the spells from the Book of the Dead. The profound genius of the Duat's design is that its structure perfectly mirrored the geography of Egypt itself, particularly the life-giving Nile River. Just as the Nile flowed predictably from south to north, bringing water and silt to sustain life, the celestial Nile in the sky flowed from north to south, and the river through Duat was its subterranean counterpart. The soul's journey mirrored the sun's nightly passage, facing dangerous riverbanks, hostile demons, and lakes of fire, but also encountering regenerative zones and fields of offering. This symbolism created a powerful sense of continuity and familiarity. Death was not an abrupt end in a strange land, but a challenging journey through a landscape that was a dark reflection of home, ultimately leading to a new dawn. This concept of a sealed, structured afterlife, with its moral judgment and hope for renewal, would go on to profoundly influence later underworld myths, from the Greek Hades to the Christian concepts of heaven and hell. The sealed realm of Duat forces us to confront the universal human anxieties about what lies beyond the grave. It is a grand, elaborate answer to our deepest fears of mortality, offering not just a threat of punishment, but a clear, obtainable path to redemption and eternal life, provided one could navigate the divine locks placed upon the door. Leaving behind the sun-baked deserts and judgment halls of Egypt, we venture now into a world of primal ice and thunderous fury, to a realm where the very mountains are alive and the rivers run with ancient magic. This is Jotunheim, the land of the giants, a stark and formidable domain sealed away by the highest authority in the Norse cosmos. Envision a landscape of breathtaking scale and harsh beauty. jagged, snow-capped peaks that claw at a perpetually gray sky, deep fjords carved by the footsteps of colossal beings, and forests of pine so vast and ancient they seem to hold the secrets of time itself. The air is crisp and cold, filled with the rumble of distant avalanches and the deep, resonant voices of its inhabitants. These are the Jotnar, the giants of Norse myth, beings of immense physical strength and a wisdom that predates the gods themselves. They are not mere monsters, they are the embodiment of the untamed, chaotic, and creative forces of nature. And the story of how this realm was sealed off from the world of humans is a foundational tale of cosmic balance, divine fear, and the precarious order of the Nine Worlds. The decision to isolate Jotunheim was not made lightly. It was the culmination of a long and bitter history of conflict between the Aesir gods, led by the All-Father Odin, and the ancient race of giants. In the beginning, the first giant, Ymir, was slain by Odin and his brothers, who used his colossal body to fashion the very world itself. His flesh became the earth, his blood the oceans, and his skull the sky. This act of creation was also an act of patricide, setting a tone of inherent tension and necessary violence between the gods and the giants. The Jotnar represented the raw, uncontrolled chaos that existed before order. They were the frost that threatened to encase the world, the earthquake that could shatter the foundations of Asgard, and the wild, creative potential that could just as easily build a new reality as destroy the existing one. Their constant incursions and challenges threatened the stability of Midgard, the world of humanity, which the gods were sworn to protect. Odin's edict to seal Jotunheim was therefore a strategic and essential act of cosmic defense. It was an attempt to wall off the primordial chaos from the fledgling realms of order and civilization. The methods used to enact this divine quarantine were as monumental as the giants themselves. The myths speak of Odin and the other gods employing their immense power to reshape the very geography of the cosmos. They raised up impassable mountain ranges, their peaks so high and their cliffs so sheer that not even the most agile giant could scale them. These were not just piles of rock, they were imbued with divine magic, creating a spiritual and physical barrier that hummed with protective energy. Great rivers were enchanted to flow with currents so powerful they could tear a mammoth apart, and with waters so cold they could freeze a soul solid in an instant. The most famous of these barriers was the River Iving, which was said to never freeze over and perpetually separated the lands of the gods and the giants. This created a clear, fortified border, a demilitarized zone in the Norse cosmos designed to contain the Jotnar's chaotic influence and prevent their destructive potential from spilling over into the more orderly realms. Yet, a complete and total seal was impossible. The gods, in their wisdom, recognized that absolute isolation was neither practical nor desirable. The giants held knowledge and artifacts the gods themselves coveted, and the two races were often intertwined through complex relationships of marriage, alliance, and rivalry. This is where the Bifrost Bridge comes into play. That magnificent, burning rainbow bridge was not just a passage to Asgard, it was a controlled gateway, a celestial checkpoint. Guarded by the ever-vigilant god Heimdallr, the Bifrost allowed for regulated travel. The gods could cross it to venture into Jotunheim on their own terms, but its primary function was defensive. Heimdallr's incredible senses meant he could spot a single giant attempting to cross from leagues away, and his horn, Gjallarhorn, would sound an alarm that would echo through all the worlds, mobilizing the gods to defend the bridge. It was the ultimate bottleneck, a brilliant strategic solution that allowed for necessary, if dangerous, interaction while maintaining the overall integrity of the seal. So what priceless and dangerous treasures were locked away behind these divine barriers? Jotunheim was the vault of the Norse cosmos, guarding things of immense power that the gods feared falling into the wrong hands, or perhaps hands other than their own. It held the primal forces of nature in their rawest form, the knowledge of the first frost, the secret language of earthquakes, and the true names of the winds. More tangibly, it guarded the source of ultimate wisdom. This was the mead of poetry, a magical beverage brewed from the blood of the wise god Kvasir, which granted anyone who drank it the gifts of a skald and a scholar, the ability to compose any poem and answer any question. Odin famously went on a perilous, deceit-filled journey into Jotunheim to steal this mead for the gods, recognizing that such a potent source of inspiration and knowledge was too dangerous to leave in the hands of the giants. The realm also held other artifacts, like the giant-built wall of Asgard itself, and was home to beings like the wise giant Mimir, whose decapitated head Odin kept for its counsel. The giants were not just brutes, they were master craftsmen, keepers of ancient runes, and possessors of a deep, earthy wisdom that the gods, for all their power, often lacked and desperately needed. The precariousness of this divine seal is brilliantly illustrated by the many myths of the thunder god, Thor. His legendary raids into Jotunheim were not just acts of mindless aggression. They were proactive border patrols, preemptive strikes designed to test the barriers and cull the strength of the giants before they could become a direct threat. In the famous story of his journey to the hall of the giant king Utgard-Loki, Thor, for all his might, is consistently outwitted by illusions and magic. He fails to drain a drinking horn connected to the sea, cannot lift a cat that is actually the world serpent Jormungandr, and loses a wrestling match to an old woman who represents old age itself. This myth shows that the power contained within Jotunheim was not merely physical. It was conceptual and mystical, capable of humbling even the strongest of the gods. It served as a constant reminder that the seals were fragile, and that the chaotic wisdom of the giants could, at any moment, overwhelm the rigid order of the Aesir. This tension between the sealed realm and the world of the gods reaches its inevitable, explosive climax during Ragnarök, the twilight of the gods. The great prophecies state that when the end times come, the seals on Jotunheim will shatter completely. The mountains raised by Odin will crumble, the enchanted rivers will boil away, and the Bifrost Bridge will break under the weight of the invading hordes. The giants, led by figures like the fire giant Surtur, will march forth from their confinement to wage a final, world-ending war against the gods. This is the ultimate consequence of the seal's failure. It demonstrates that the containment was always temporary, a desperate holding action against an inevitable cycle of destruction and rebirth. The release of the giants and their primal forces is what scours the old world clean, allowing a new, green world to rise from the ashes, populated by a new generation of gods and humans. The seal on Jotunheim, therefore, was never meant to be permanent. It was a delay, a period of cosmic order granted before the necessary chaos of renewal had to take its course. One of the most compelling and human stories that tests the boundaries of this seal is the myth of the giantess Skadi. When the gods kill her father, the giant Thyese, Skadi, armed and furious, marches right up to the gates of Asgard to demand vengeance. She does not accept her exclusion, she challenges it directly. The gods, rather than meeting her with outright war, offer her a settlement. She can choose a husband from among them by looking only at their feet, and they will make her laugh, something she thought impossible in her grief. She chooses the handsome god Njord, believing his beautiful feet must belong to Balder, the most beautiful god, and the trickster Loki makes her laugh by tying his testicles to a goat in a bizarre slapstick routine. This story is profound. It shows that the seals could be tested by a determined and powerful being, and that the gods themselves recognized that justice and reconciliation were sometimes wiser than further conflict. Skadi's integration into the world of the gods, even as she retained her connection to the mountains and winter, represents a fragile, temporary peace, a thread of connection that proves the seal was always more of a tense border than an absolute wall. From the harsh, frostbitten landscapes of Jotunheim, we journey now toward a different kind of northern legend, one not of chaos and conflict, but of eternal sunshine and perfect peace. Imagine a land so far to the north that it exists beyond the very source of the icy winter wind, a place untouched by sorrow, sickness, or the shadow of death. Here, the sun never sets, bathing the land in a perpetual, golden glow that nurtures lush, verdant forests and crystalline rivers. The inhabitants of this paradise, the Hyperboreans, are said to live for 1,000 years in a state of unbroken bliss, their lives filled with music, feasting, and a deep, innate connection to the divine. This is Hyperborea, the ultimate utopia of Greek legend, a realm whose isolation was not enforced by walls of ice or divine edicts, but by the majestic and impersonal movements of the cosmos itself. Its seal was woven from the fabric of the heavens, a celestial alignment that rendered it a hidden jewel, perfectly preserved and utterly inaccessible to the ordinary world. The primary force behind this ethereal quarantine was the god Apollo, the deity of the sun, light, prophecy, and healing. Unlike the wrathful gods who sealed other realms, Apollo's relationship with Hyperborea was one of deep affection and reverence. Ancient Greek historians like Herodotus wrote that the god would travel to this northern paradise during the winter months, drawn by its perfect harmony. It was Apollo, in concert with other celestial powers, who was believed to have established the mechanisms that concealed Hyperborea. The sealing was achieved through a profound manipulation of astrological configurations. The very stars above the realm were said to rotate in a unique, protective pattern, creating a celestial dome that distorted perception and confounded navigation. Early geographers and poets described how the skies over Hyperborea would behave strangely, with magnetic fields so powerful they could pull the needle of a compass into a useless spin and create shimmering mirages of light that masked the true coastline. This was not a barrier meant to punish, but one designed to preserve a state of perfection, ensuring that only those whose souls were in perfect alignment with Apollo's ideals of purity and order could ever hope to find their way. So what profound wisdom was deemed so precious that it required a cosmic lock? Hyperborea was the guardian of knowledge that represented the pinnacle of a golden age. Its libraries, if they could be called that, held advanced understandings of astronomy that mapped the music of the spheres, allowing the Hyperboreans to predict celestial events with an accuracy that would seem miraculous even today. They possessed the secrets of healing, using herbs, harmonics, and sunlight to cure any ailment and grant phenomenal longevity. Most importantly, they lived in a state of perfect harmony with nature, not as primitive hunter-gatherers, but as an advanced civilization that had mastered the art of living without conflict or exploitation. They did not build great, imposing cities, but instead lived in graceful settlements that blended seamlessly into the landscape, drawing energy directly from the sun and the earth. The sealing of Hyperborea, therefore, was a protective measure for this knowledge. In the wrong hands, such power could be twisted into domination, but for the Hyperboreans, it was simply the natural expression of a life lived in accordance with cosmic law. This connection to the divine is beautifully illustrated by one of the most tantalizing threads in the legend, the Hyperboreans' mysterious gifts to the shrine of Apollo at Delphi. Ancient texts speak of offerings wrapped in wheat straw that would arrive at the sacred Greek temple without any known human courier. They would simply appear, having been passed from hand to hand by a chain of unknown peoples, originating in the far north and ending at the altar of the god. This story suggests a kind of sacred pipeline, a fleeting, ritualistic connection between the sealed, perfect realm and the flawed, human world. It implies that Hyperborea was not entirely selfish with its blessings. It sent tokens of its harmony and abundance to the heart of the ancient world, perhaps as a reminder of what humanity could aspire to, or as a spiritual sustenance for a world that had fallen from grace. The great poet Pindar, in his odes, captured the sheer inaccessibility of this paradise. He wrote that one could not reach Hyperborea, not by ship nor on foot. This powerful phrase underscores that the journey was not a physical one, but a spiritual or even metaphysical test. No amount of provisions or sturdy vessels could conquer the celestial seals. The only possible route was an inner alignment, a purification of one's own being to resonate with the frequency of the realm itself. This transforms Hyperborea from a potential archaeological site into a powerful philosophical and spiritual symbol. It became the ultimate utopian ideal, inspiring thinkers from the classical era to the Renaissance and beyond. It was a vision of a society that had solved the fundamental problems of human existence, living in a state of grace that the rest of humanity could only dream of, a dream protected by the very stars in the sky. This inevitably leads to a compelling modern question. Could a physical Hyperborea actually exist, perhaps hidden somewhere in the Arctic Circle? With our advanced satellite imagery and ice-penetrating radar, the idea of an entire continent remaining undiscovered seems far-fetched. Yet, the legend persists. Some theorists have pointed to ancient maps that seem to depict landmasses like Hyperborea in the polar regions, and there are intriguing geological studies of a warmer Arctic in the distant past. The myth may be a cultural memory of a time when the climate was different and northern lands were more hospitable. The concept of the realm being sealed by rotating skies could even be a poetic interpretation of the aurora borealis or the disorienting effect of the midnight sun. Whether a literal, hidden land or a profound metaphor for humanity's lost innocence, Hyperborea endures as a beacon. It represents our deepest yearning for a life free from suffering, a place where the sun never sets on happiness, and where the greatest treasures are not gold or power, but wisdom, health, and peace, treasures so valuable that the universe itself conspires to keep them safe. Now we turn from the cosmic seals of Hyperborea to a different kind of barrier, one constructed not by gods or nature, but by the human hand and intellect, dedicated to the most dangerous commodity of all, knowledge. The Great Library of Alexandria stands as one of history's most tragic losses, a symbol of ancient wisdom consumed by fire. But what if the complete truth is even more fascinating? Legends whisper that the most volatile and powerful scrolls were never in the main halls at all. They were secured in a secret, fortified annex, a library within a library, deliberately sealed away by the very scholars who curated them. Imagine a hidden wing, unknown to the common populace and even to most of the library's own patrons, its entrance concealed behind a false wall of papyrus shelves, or accessed through a trapdoor in the floor of a busy scriptorium. This was not an act of petty secrecy, but one of profound responsibility. The librarians of the Mausian, the scholarly institution that housed the library, made a conscious decision that some truths were too potent, too destabilizing for open circulation. They became the guardians at the gate, sealing away knowledge they believed could alter the very fabric of reality if it fell into unprepared or malicious hands. The methods used to protect this mythical annex were a masterful blend of physical ingenuity and spiritual intimidation. The architects and scholars designed a multi-layered defense system. The approach would have been a veritable labyrinth of corridors, intentionally identical and disorienting, designed to lead an unauthorized visitor in endless circles until they collapsed from exhaustion or despair. This was a psychological barrier as much as a physical one, but for those who penetrated further, the dangers became terrifyingly real. Ancient sources and later Arabic legends speak of sophisticated booby traps, pressure plates that triggered collapsing ceilings, hidden pits lined with spikes, and mechanisms that released torrents of sand to smother intruders. The final and most potent layer of defense, however, was spiritual. The library employed Egyptian priests, keepers of the old magic, to inscribe powerful curses upon the doorways and the containers holding the most sensitive scrolls. These were not simple warnings, but binding spells believed to invoke madness, calamity, or a wasting sickness upon any who violated the sanctity of the vault. The sealing was thus a complete system. It challenged the body with its labyrinths, threatened the life with its traps, and damned the soul with its curses. So what cataclysmic knowledge warranted such an extreme and comprehensive lockdown? The contents of this sealed annex were the texts deemed too dangerous for the world. They likely included complete treatises on alchemy that went far beyond turning lead into gold, detailing instead the spiritual transmutation of the human soul and the manipulation of matter at a fundamental level. There would have been scrolls on prophecy and oneromancy, the art of dream interpretation containing methods to not only predict the future but to potentially influence it. Most tantalizing are the speculations about technological secrets. The annex may have held the lost works of geniuses like Imhotep, the architect of the first pyramid, who was later deified for his knowledge of medicine and engineering. It might have contained the core texts attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, the legendary sage believed to have possessed the secrets of the universe, a fusion of the Egyptian god Thoth and the Greek Hermes. These writings would have covered everything from the true nature of the stars to principles of energy that we are only now rediscovering. The scholars feared that such knowledge, in the hands of a tyrant or an army, could lead to the creation of unstoppable weapons or the enslavement of entire populations. The seal was a safeguard against the apocalyptic potential of human ingenuity. The guardians of this vault were the scholars of the Mauseon itself, an ancient think tank that functioned like a modern university crossed with a monastic order. These were not mere bookkeepers, they were the brightest minds of the Hellenistic world, dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge in all its forms. Their role evolved from collectors to curators and finally to censors. They would have debated fiercely among themselves about which texts were too volatile to be copied and disseminated. The decision to seal an entire wing would not have been taken lightly, but out of a sober understanding of human nature and the fragility of civilization. This has led to intriguing theories about possible connections to underground networks, such as the enigmatic Essenes or early Gnostic sects, who also believed in hidden knowledge reserved for the initiated. It is conceivable that copies of some Annex scrolls were smuggled out before the main library's destruction, forming the basis for esoteric traditions that survive in fragments to this day. The loss of the main library was a tragedy for public knowledge, but the legend of the sealed Annex suggests that the most profound secrets may have been purposely hidden from the flames, preserved in their protective tomb. The enduring power of this legend is amplified by the chilling tales of those who supposedly went searching for the Annex long after Alexandria fell. Medieval Arab historians like al-Masudi wrote of intrepid treasure hunters and seekers of wisdom who, following cryptic clues in surviving texts, claimed to have located the entrance to the hidden chambers. Their stories often end in disaster. Some were said to have emerged blind, their minds shattered by what they had read, babbling about lights that were not fire and voices that were not human. Others simply vanished, swallowed by the labyrinth, never to return. These stories serve as a powerful modern parable. They illustrate the inherent risk in seeking forbidden knowledge, the danger that in uncovering a profound truth, we might simultaneously unravel our own sanity or our comfortable understanding of the world. The myth suggests that the ancient scholars were not just hiding power, but also protecting humanity from truths it was not yet spiritually or psychologically equipped to handle. What then might the unsealing of the Library of Alexandria's Annex mean for our world today? The potential is simultaneously exhilarating and terrifying. Within those lost scrolls could be medical knowledge that would render our current pharmaceuticals obsolete, offering cures for diseases we consider incurable. There could be engineering principles that allow for clean, limitless energy, ending our dependency on fossil fuels overnight. Or there could be astronomical data mapping celestial cycles with an accuracy that redefines our place in the cosmos. Yet, with such power comes immense peril. The same texts might detail methods of psychological manipulation on a mass scale or chemical formulas for weapons of unimaginable destruction. The ancient scholars sealed this knowledge away because they understood that wisdom and power must be in balance. Our modern world has immense power, but do we possess the corresponding wisdom to wield it justly? The lost Annex stands as a permanent question mark in human history, a reminder that the greatest discoveries often carry the heaviest responsibilities, and that some doors once opened can never be closed again. This profound contemplation of knowledge protected by silence and stone now leads us to a realm sealed by a far more beautiful and universal force, the power of sound itself. After exploring the silent, sealed vaults of lost libraries, we now descend into the very heart of our world, to a realm whose boundaries are defined not by stone or spell, but by sound. The concept of a hollow earth is one of the most audacious and captivating ideas to emerge from both ancient myth and fringe science. Picture this: our planet is not a solid ball of rock and molten iron, but a hollow shell containing within it an entire world, lit by a miniature central sun that provides perpetual, gentle light. In this vast interior landscape, there are continents and oceans, lush forests teeming with unknown life, and perhaps even civilizations that have evolved in perfect isolation. But this inner world is not open for visitation. It is sealed off from our surface reality by a barrier as intangible as it is impenetrable, a shield of pure, resonant frequencies. The very core of the planet, according to these legends, hums with a specific vibrational energy, a fundamental note that sustains all life. Ancient forces, perhaps survivors from lost continents like Atlantis or Lemuria who retreated inward, learned to manipulate this energy. They used massive crystalline structures, acting like natural tuning forks, to amplify this core frequency and project a sonic dome around their subterranean refuge. This isn't a wall you can see or touch. It is a vibrational fence that deflects physical probes, scrambles electronic equipment, and creates disorienting psychological effects in any who come too close, effectively making the inner world invisible and unreachable to those who do not possess the key. What incredible treasures could possibly necessitate such a profound and sophisticated defense mechanism? The hollow earth is envisioned as the ultimate sanctuary, guarding wonders that would redefine our existence. Its most immediate treasure is its pristine ecosystem, a biodiversity untouched by pollution, industrialization, or mass extinction, offering a living library of evolutionary paths we can scarcely imagine. Beyond the biological, this realm is said to hold the secret to eternal life, or at least radical longevity, achieved through a combination of the land's pure environment, the energizing light of the central sun, and advanced knowledge of human biology. Most compellingly, the inhabitants are believed to possess technologies that harness the planet's own geothermal and vibrational energy, providing a limitless, clean power source that could solve our global energy crisis overnight. The ancient guardians sealed this realm precisely to prevent the exploitation of these gifts. They understood that a surface humanity prone to conflict and greed was not ready for such power. To unleash it would risk the same catastrophic hubris that supposedly sank Atlantis, but this time from the inside out. The sonic seal acts as a cosmic quarantine, preserving these miracles until, or unless, humanity matures enough to approach them with wisdom and respect. The mechanism of this sonic lock is a masterpiece of natural engineering. The sealing isn't a static force field, but a dynamic system that aligns with the Earth's own natural frequencies, the Schumann resonances, which are the low-frequency electromagnetic waves that naturally occur in the space between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. The legendary crystalline structures at the Earth's core are said to be in harmonic resonance with these global pulses. This creates a protective barrier that is essentially in tune with the planet itself, making it incredibly difficult to detect or breach with conventional technology. However, the legends often speak of specific portals or soft spots where this resonant barrier is thinner or can be harmonized with from the outside. The most famous of these alleged gateways are the polar openings. Both the North and South Poles have been central to Hollow Earth lore, with theories suggesting that the auroras are not just atmospheric phenomena, but actually the reflected light of the inner sun escaping through these vast polar apertures. These portals are not simple holes, but rather dimensional vortices where the sonic barriers are calibrated to allow passage, but only under very specific conditions or for those who know how to knock with the correct vibrational key. This idea was not confined to ancient myths. It captured the imagination of some of history's most brilliant scientific minds. In the 17th century, the renowned astronomer Edmund Halley of Halley's Comet fame proposed a hollow Earth model to explain anomalous compass readings. He theorized that our planet was a series of concentric spheres, each with its own luminous atmosphere and potentially habitable, all rotating independently. His hypothesis was an attempt to reconcile scientific observation with the unknown, lending a veneer of academic credibility to the concept. This scientific curiosity evolved into modern legend with the controversial accounts of Admiral Richard E. Byard, a pioneering American explorer. In his flight logs from his 1926 expedition over the North Pole, Byard wrote of flying past the pole into a strange, warm land with green valleys and mammoth-like creatures, a description that Hollow Earth enthusiasts seized upon as first-hand evidence. While mainstream history dismisses this as a navigational error or a tall tale, the story of Admiral Byard's flight has become a cornerstone of the myth, a tantalizing piece of anecdotal evidence that the seals could perhaps be bypassed by accident or sheer force of will. The cultural roots of this belief run deep and span the globe, pointing to a universal human fascination with the world beneath our feet. In Tibetan Buddhist tradition, the kingdom of Aghati is a vast subterranean network of tunnels and cities, inhabited by an advanced spiritual race that withdrew from the surface millennia ago. This kingdom is sealed not by malice, but by a desire for peace, and its rulers will only reveal themselves to the surface world when it has abandoned warfare and materialism. Similarly, shamanic traditions from Siberia to the Amazon speak of journeys into the lower world, a spirit realm accessed through caves, deep lakes, or rhythmic drumming that alters consciousness. The shaman's drumbeat itself is a form of vibrational key, its steady rhythm allowing the practitioner's spirit to synchronize with the frequencies of the inner earth and pass safely through the barrier. This shamanic concept finds a bizarre parallel in modern UFO lore, where the inner earth is sometimes proposed as the true origin of so-called flying saucers. Proponents suggest that UFOs are not extraterrestrial, but rather advanced vehicles from Agartha or other inner-world civilizations, using the polar openings to exit and monitor our surface activities, their technology seamlessly interacting with the very resonant frequencies that seal their home from us. Contemplating the potential discovery of this realm forces us to confront the very foundations of our scientific understanding. Modern geology, based on seismic wave data, overwhelmingly supports a model of a solid, layered Earth with a dense, molten core. The hollow Earth theory stands in direct opposition to this. If it were proven true, it would necessitate a complete rewrite of geology, physics, and planetary science. The implications for biology would be equally staggering. An inner world with its own sun would have fostered an entirely independent tree of life, potentially filled with species that defy our current classifications. A true lost world in the tradition of Jules Verne, but on an unimaginably grander scale. The secrets held within could offer solutions to disease, energy scarcity, and environmental collapse. Yet, the same risks that prompted the ancient seal would remain. Would the discovery of such a place lead to a new era of cooperation and enlightenment, or would it trigger a violent, colonial-style rush to plunder its resources and technologies, ultimately destroying the very sanctuary that preserved them? The resonant frequencies guarding the hollow earth serve as the ultimate test. They are a barrier that cannot be broken by force, but only by harmony, a reminder that some of the greatest wonders are protected not by their obscurity, but by the requirement that we must first change ourselves to be worthy of finding them. From the resonant depths of the hollow earth, we now ascend into the most personal and yet universal of all sealed realms, a dimension that exists not in some distant star or hidden continent, but within the mind of every person who has ever closed their eyes to sleep. This is the Dreamlands, a fluid, ever-shifting reality sculpted from the very substance of dreams themselves, a place where the laws of physics are suggestions and the landscape is painted with the brushes of memory, desire, and fear. Imagine a world with cities of impossible architecture, like the vast, oniric metropolis of Ulthar with its cobbled streets that change direction based on the dreamer's mood, or the majestic Kadath in the cold waste, a fortress of basalt whose pinnacles scrape a sky filled with unfamiliar constellations. Here one can sail on the Serenerian Sea, whose waves are liquid starlight, or wander through the enchanted wood, where the trees whisper secrets in a language felt rather than heard. Yet for all its boundless potential, this realm is not a lawless chaos. It is a carefully managed domain, one that was deliberately sealed off from our waking world by the most ancient of forces, the collective unconscious of humanity itself. Long before it was chronicled by the 20th century writer H.P. Lovecraft, the concept of a shared dreamscape existed in the folklore of countless cultures, from the aboriginal dreamtime to the visions of Tibetan monks. The sealing was not an act of a single god or a cataclysm, but a slow, psychic consensus achieved over millennia of human slumber. Ancient dream shamans and the first powerful dreamers performed rituals that tapped into this deep, shared well of the human psyche, establishing psychic barriers to separate the waking world from the dreaming one. They created a system of gates not of wood or iron, but of symbolic resonance, that only open during the state of deep REM sleep, when the conscious mind is offline and the subconscious can safely navigate the strange tides of this other reality. This grand quarantine was enacted for a crucial reason: to maintain the sanity and stability of the waking world. What could possibly be so dangerous in a world of dreams that it required such a profound psychic seal? The Dreamlands guard two things of immense power and peril. The first is the raw, untapped wellspring of creative inspiration and archetypal symbols. This is the source from which all art, music, literature, and innovation ultimately flows. It is the realm of the muse, where a composer might hear a symphony played by the wind, or a painter might glimpse colors that do not exist in our sun's spectrum. The great surrealist artist Salvador Dali spoke of tapping into a paranoid critical method to access a similar state, and the inventor Nikola Tesla claimed that entire blueprints for his devices came to him in vivid, detailed visions. The Dreamlands are the library of human imagination, holding the original forms of the hero, the shadow, the trickster, and the wise old man archetypes that psychologist Carl Jung argued are the building blocks of our collective psyche. But the second thing guarded there is far more terrifying. The same realm that holds our greatest inspirations also contains our most primordial fears, given form and substance. It is the prison for entities like the Great Old One's cosmic, god-like beings such as Cthulhu, who lies dreaming in his sunken city of Ys, and whose mere psychic emanations can drive a waking human to insanity. The seal acts as a filter, a kind of psychic immune system that allows the nourishing flow of creativity to seep through in manageable doses, while containing the existential horrors that would otherwise shatter the human mind if encountered directly. The barrier protects us from the full, overwhelming force of the universe's true, indifferent nature, a truth that our waking consciousness is simply not built to withstand. The mechanisms that enforce this seal are as unique as the realm itself. The primary force is the intrinsic dream logic that governs the dreamlands. This logic is a self-correcting narrative pressure that actively works to expel or disorient any consciousness that tries to breach the rules of the dream. A waking mind that tries to force its will upon the landscape might find paths folding in on themselves, or familiar faces melting into grotesque masks. More tangible are the guardian beings who patrol the borders. Most famous among these are the Cats of Ulthar, a legendary tribe of intelligent felines from Lovecraft stories. In the Dreamlands, it is decreed that no one may harm a cat, and these creatures serve as vigilant enforcers of the realm's delicate balance. They are said to guide lost or worthy dreamers, while leading those with malicious intent into endless, looping labyrinths from which they may never wake. The seals are not static, however. Scholars of the weird and the psychological note that these psychic barriers are profoundly sensitive to the state of humanity itself. During periods of widespread turmoil, times of war, pandemic, or collective anxiety, the seals are known to weaken. The shared nightmare of a terrified population can strain the barriers, allowing darker elements to bleed through into the general consciousness. This might manifest as waves of shared apocalyptic visions, surges in creative but disturbing art, or even cases of mass hysteria where people report identical, terrifying dreams. The boundary between the dreamlands and our world is at its most fragile when humanity is dreaming with one terrified voice. Certain individuals throughout history have possessed a rare gift, the ability to navigate these seals with a degree of conscious control. The archetypal figure is Lovecraft's own literary creation, the dreamer Randolph Carter. In the stories, Carter is not a passive participant in his dreams, he is an explorer. He learns the hidden pathways, understands the symbolic languages, and discovers that certain enchanted objects can act as keys in the dreamlands. A peculiar silver key, a specific melody, or a drug-induced trance can serve as a focused tool to bypass the usual gates and enter the realm with his waking mind partially intact. This concept finds echoes in our own world through the practices of lucid dreaming and astral projection, where individuals train themselves to recognize they are dreaming and thus exert a measure of control. However, the legends serve as a stark warning. This conscious crossing is incredibly dangerous. When a dreamer breaches the seal with full awareness, they are not only exposing themselves to the realm's wonders, but also to its inherent menace. The line between dream and reality can become permanently blurred. There are countless folktales and modern accounts of artists, writers, and mystics who sought to draw power directly from this wellspring, only to find their inspiration turning into obsession and their visions into waking nightmares. The German expressionist painter, for instance, might create masterpieces born from his dreams, but he could also find the grotesque figures from his canvases staring back at him from the shadows of his studio. The dreamlands are the ultimate double-edged sword, offering the nectar of divine creativity, but at the risk of a psychic poisoning from which one may never fully recover. This brings us to the tantalizing and frightening question that the very existence of the dreamlands poses. What would happen if humanity, as a whole, learned to consciously and consistently cross these psychic seals? On one hand, it could unlock a golden age of unparalleled creativity and innovation. Imagine scientists receiving solutions to quantum equations in their sleep, or architects designing cities that are living works of art. The collective knowledge and inspiration trapped within the dreamlands could propel our species forward in a single, glorious leap. But the other possibility is a descent into global madness. If every person's darkest fears and the suppressed terrors of the cosmos were given free rein to flood into our waking world, the result would be chaos. Society's fragile consensus on reality would shatter. The seal on the dreamlands, therefore, stands as one of the most elegant and necessary protections in all of mythology. It is a barrier forged from our own minds for our own good. It allows us to visit the workshop of the gods each night, to play with the clay of creation, and then to return to the solid ground of consensus reality each morning, largely unscathed. It is a delicate compromise between the infinite potential of the imagination and the pragmatic need for a stable world in which to live our lives. This profound exploration of a realm sealed by the mind itself now leads us to a domain whose confinement was wrought by the exact opposite, the raw, unthinking, and catastrophic fury of the elements. Our journey now takes us from the resonant interior of the planet to a vast, forgotten expanse of the ancient world, a continent that supposedly bridged lands now separated by thousands of miles of open ocean. Picture a colossal landmass, a sister to Atlantis, stretching across the Indian Ocean, connecting the southern tip of India with the eastern coast of Africa and the island of Madagascar. This was Lemuria, a continent imagined not just of earth and stone, but of profound spiritual energy, home to a race of beings said to be our psychic and evolutionary predecessors. Unlike the catastrophic, single-day sinking of Atlantis, the demise of Lemuria is often depicted as a slower, more grueling process, a prolonged siege of geological violence. The sealing of this lost continent was an act of pure, unbridled elemental fury. Envision the very crust of the earth groaning under immense strain, a chain of supervolcanoes erupting in a symphony of destruction. Tectonic plates buckled and plunged, causing vast sections of the continent to fracture and slide beneath the waves in a series of apocalyptic convulsions. The ocean rushed in to claim the sunken land, but the sealing was not merely this act of submersion. Legends suggest that in their final hours, the Lemurians themselves, masters of geothermal forces, harnessed the very volcanic energy that was destroying their home. They focused this power not to save their continent, but to entomb it, creating a protective, crystalline dome of energy over its most sacred ruins and knowledge vaults. This dome, fueled by the planet's own fiery heart, acts as a perpetual guardian, hiding the remnants of their civilization from surface dwellers and ensuring that the treasures of Lemuria would remain undisturbed until the world was spiritually prepared for their return. The treasures sealed beneath this geothermal and aquatic barrier were not of material wealth, but of consciousness itself. Lemuria is portrayed as a utopian society that had achieved a symbiotic relationship with nature, a harmony we can scarcely conceive of today. They guarded the secrets of telepathy, communicating through thought waves as easily as we use speech, creating a society without lies or misunderstanding. Their knowledge of longevity allowed them to live for centuries in vibrant health, their bodies attuned to the natural rhythms of the planet. Most importantly, they possessed the blueprint for a civilization built on peace and ecological balance, where technology was not used to dominate nature, but to amplify its life-giving properties. The sealing of Lemuria, therefore, was a protective act of cosmic timing. The ancient forces, whether the Lemurians or a higher planetary consciousness, determined that a humanity still in its infancy, prone to warfare and exploitation, was not ready for such profound truths. To release this knowledge prematurely would be to risk its misuse. Imagine the horrors if the power of telepathy were wielded by tyrants, or the secrets of longevity monopolized by an elite. The volcanic cataclysm and the subsequent energetic domes served as a time lock, preserving these spiritual technologies for a future age of enlightenment, when humanity might have evolved beyond its self-destructive tendencies. The mechanism of this seal is intricately tied to the Earth's own subtle energy body. The concept involves the network of planetary ley lines, invisible channels of telluric energy that crisscross the globe like a spiritual nervous system. Lemuria was believed to sit at a nexus of these powerful lines. The Lemurians, in their final act, are said to have performed a grand ritual to realign these energies, effectively disconnecting their continent from the global grid. This realignment created a state of spiritual static, making the continent undetectable to all but the most highly attuned consciousness. One cannot simply sail to the right coordinates and hope to find it. The seal requires a form of spiritual sonar. It is said that only through deep meditation, a purified heart, and a genuine yearning for unity can an individual begin to perceive the faint, humming frequency of the lost continent. This makes the search for Lemuria as much an inner journey as an external one, a quest that demands the seeker to first find the lost Lemurian harmony within themselves. This legendary continent surprisingly has its roots not in pure fantasy, but in a 19th century scientific hypothesis. In 1864, the zoologist Philip Sclater was puzzled by a peculiar biological mystery: the presence of lemur fossils in both Madagascar and India, but not in the intervening continents of Africa or the Middle East. To explain this distribution, he proposed the existence of a vast sunken land bridge he named Lemuria. For a time, this was a perfectly respectable geological theory, a precursor to the modern understanding of plate tectonics, which now explains the fossil record through the slow drift of continents. While science moved on, the idea of a lost continent was eagerly adopted and transformed by spiritual thinkers. Madame Blavatsky, the founder of Theosophy, integrated Lemuria into her cosmogony, describing it as the home of the third root race of humanity, a race of egg-laying telepathic giants. From these theosophical writings, Lemuria leaped into the heart of the New Age movement, becoming a symbol of a lost golden age and a promised land of spiritual return. This myth finds a powerful and independent echo in a far older tradition from South India, the legend of Lunar Kingdom. Tamil poets and scholars have spoken for centuries of a vast continent that once lay south of the Indian peninsula, a land of great learning and culture that was lost to the sea. The stories tell of ancient sangams, or academies of poets and sages, that flourished there before the ocean consumed their libraries and cities. This parallel narrative from a completely different cultural context lends a striking credibility to the core idea of a lost Indian Ocean civilization. It suggests a shared, perhaps ancestral, memory of a catastrophic flooding event that displaced peoples and drowned ancient coastal settlements, their stories evolving over millennia into the legend of an entire sunken continent. The legacy of Lemuria is not entirely submerged. Many believe its fingerprints are still visible in the world today. The unique and isolated ecosystem of Madagascar is often cited as potential evidence. The island is a living ark of evolutionary oddities: lemurs, tenrecs, and baobab trees, species found nowhere else on Earth. Could this incredible biodiversity be the remnant of a much larger, isolated landmass? Furthermore, the legend speaks of survivors. As their homeland sank, groups of Lemurians are said to have migrated outward, carrying the sealed secrets of their culture with them. Some traditions suggest they traveled east, influencing the development of cultures in Southeast Asia and the Pacific, perhaps even becoming the foundational influence for the later myth of Mu. Others propose they went west, seeding the spiritual traditions of ancient Egypt or the indigenous cultures of the Americas. This diaspora story transforms Lemuria from a mere sunken land into a spiritual and cultural placenta, its influence subtly woven into the fabric of human history, waiting to be recognized. This leads to one of the most compelling questions surrounding this sealed realm. With modern technology like satellite mapping and deep-sea submersibles, could we one day physically rediscover the remnants of Lemuria? Oceanographers have indeed mapped vast underwater plateaus in the Indian Ocean, such as the Kerguelen Plateau and the Mauritius microcontinent, which are fragments of ancient continental crust now lying beneath the waves. While these are geological formations, not proof of a high civilization, they show that the concept of sunken continental land is not entirely fictional. The true unsealing of Lemuria, however, may not involve sonar and drilling rigs. If the seal is truly one of spiritual attunement, then the continent might reveal itself not when we develop better technology, but when we achieve a higher state of collective consciousness. The re-emergence of Lemuria would not be a physical rising of rock from the sea, but a spiritual awakening, a moment when humanity collectively remembers the harmony, telepathy, and peace that the continent represents, integrating those lost principles into our global society and effectively bringing the sealed wisdom back to life within us all. After exploring continents sealed by fire and realms hidden within the mind, we arrive at the most foundational sealed domain of all, the very birthplace of humanity according to billions of people. Envision a garden of impossible perfection, where every fruit gleams with a dewy sheen, predators and prey lounge together in peace, and the very air hums with the presence of the divine. This is the Garden of Eden, the primeval paradise where the first humans walked in naked innocence, their every need provided for without toil or sorrow. Yet this idyllic sanctuary is now the most famously inaccessible place in all of legend, sealed off not by geological accident, but by the direct, sorrowful wrath of its creator. The story of its sealing is the story of humanity's original fracture, a single, pivotal moment of disobedience that echoes through every generation. After Adam and Eve consumed the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the very nature of their existence changed. They became aware of their own nakedness, felt the alien sting of shame, and for the first time hid from the voice of God. In response, a profound and permanent quarantine was enacted to prevent these now fallen beings from stretching out their hands, taking also from the tree of life, and living forever in their state of sin. God drove them out. But he did not merely lock the gate behind them. He stationed fearsome, otherworldly guardians at the entrance to Eden, cherubim, often depicted as mighty hybrid beings with multiple faces and vast wings, and a whirling, flashing sword of fire that turned in every direction, eternally barring the way back. This was not a simple banishment. It was a deliberate and absolute severance from a state of grace. The treasures protected by this divine seal are arguably the most significant of any realm we have discussed. Eden was the vault of humanity's pure, unspoiled potential. At its heart stood the two legendary trees, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, whose fruit had already been tasted, introduced moral consciousness and the painful burden of choice. But the second tree, the tree of life, remained. It represented the ultimate prize, unending existence in a state of divine communion. The sealing of the garden was therefore an act of paradoxical mercy. Allowing fallen, corruptible humans to possess immortality would have been a cosmic catastrophe, eternally locking them into a cycle of sin, violence, and separation from God without the hope of death as a release or redemption as a solution. The garden also guarded the state of pure innocence itself, a way of being in perfect harmony with nature, with each other, and with the divine, free from the anxieties of survival, the pain of childbirth, and the certainty of death. By sealing Eden, God was not just punishing, he was protecting humanity from a far worse fate, an eternity of flawed, self-aware existence, and protecting the sanctity of the paradise itself from the corruption that now defined his creations. The mechanisms of this seal are as fascinating as they are absolute. The book of Genesis describes the cherubim and the flaming sword, but theologians and mystics have long speculated that the sealing involved far more than a physical barrier. Many believe that the garden was enveloped in spiritual forces that fundamentally altered its relationship with our reality. These forces could have created a dimensional fold, placing Eden in a state of suspended animation outside the normal flow of time and space. This would explain why every attempt to physically locate it has failed. You cannot find on a map a place that no longer occupies the same dimensional coordinates as our world. The garden became a moving target, its location shifting, its essence untraceable by any conventional means. The seal ensures that the path back cannot be traversed by any human effort, no matter how advanced our technology or determined our exploration. It is a lock for which humanity, in its current state, simply does not possess the key. This has not stopped centuries of fervent speculation about its possible earthly location. The biblical text provides one major clue, a description of a river that flowed out of Eden and split into 4 headwaters: the Pishon, the Gihon, the Tigris, and the Euphrates. This has led many to search in the region of Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization. Some point to the lush, well-watered valleys of ancient Armenia, where the Tigris and Euphrates have their sources, as a potential candidate. Others, looking for the more mysterious Pishon and Gihon, have proposed locations as far-flung as the Nile Valley in Egypt or even under the waters of the Persian Gulf, which was dry land during the last ice age. These geographical debates highlight a deep, universal human yearning to pin down the origin of our story, to find the tangible soil where we first walked with God. Yet the persistent failure of these quests only reinforces the power of the seal. The more we search, the more elusive Eden becomes, as if the land itself recoils from our fallen touch. The story of Eden does not exist in a vacuum. It finds powerful and haunting parallels in older Mesopotamian myths, suggesting a shared cultural memory of a lost golden age. The Sumerian tale of Dilmun describes a pure, bright, and clean land where there was no sickness or death, a place very similar to the biblical paradise. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the hero travels to a divine garden in search of the plant of immortality, only to have it stolen from him by a serpent, a narrative that chillingly inverts the Genesis story. These parallels do not diminish the power of the Eden account. Instead, they deepen it. They suggest that the concept of a lost paradise, a primordial unity with the divine that was shattered by human action, is a fundamental archetype buried deep within the human psyche. The seal on Eden, then, represents not just a single historical event, but a universal human understanding of a profound, irreparable loss. This longing for return is perfectly embodied in the medieval legends of Prester John, a mythical Christian king and priest believed to rule a vast, wealthy, and pious kingdom in the unexplored East. Among his many marvels was said to be a fabulously beautiful garden, an echo of Eden itself. Countless explorers and emissaries, driven by this potent mix of spiritual yearning and earthly ambition, set out to find his kingdom, hoping that through him they might find a back door into the sealed paradise. Their failed journeys are a metaphor for the entire human condition. We are all, in a sense, searching for a way back to a home we can no longer locate, guided by maps that lead only to the edges of our own exile. This brings us to a profound and alternative interpretation of the seal. What if the flaming sword and the cherubim were not placed as an eternal punishment, but as a protective measure for humanity itself? Imagine a parent locking away a dangerous tool until a child is mature enough to handle it responsibly. In this view, the seal on Eden is a temporal one. It is not meant to keep us out forever, but to keep the tree of life safe for us until we have spiritually and ethically evolved to a point where we can handle the responsibility of immortality without corrupting it. The expulsion from the garden, then, was the beginning of a necessary, if painful, education. We were sent out into the world to grow up, to learn from our mistakes, to develop compassion through suffering, and to slowly, over the long arc of history, rediscover the harmony we lost. The seal ensures that we cannot shortcut this process. We cannot reclaim the gift by force, only by worthiness. The gateway to Eden may still open one day, not when we finally decipher an ancient map, but when humanity as a whole has learned to lay down its swords, heal the earth, and live in a state of grace that makes the guardians at the gate simply step aside. Now we turn our gaze upward, away from the terrestrial and into the celestial, to a kingdom that has captivated humanity since the first person looked up at the night sky. The moon has always been more than a mere rock in orbit. It is a silver lantern, a celestial timekeeper, and according to ancient myths from across the globe, a sealed realm in its own right. Imagine, if you will, a civilization thriving not on the familiar face we see, but on the mysterious, perpetually hidden dark side of the moon. This is not a barren, crater-pocked wasteland, but a luminous kingdom of crystalline spires and serene gardens, existing in perfect secrecy, enclosed by enchantments woven from the very essence of the moon itself. This lunar sanctuary was sealed by the will of ancient Selenite deities, beings who harnessed the moon's unique energies to create an impenetrable refuge, a realm kept deliberately separate from the tumultuous world of Earth to preserve a delicate cosmic equilibrium. The primary architect of this celestial quarantine, according to the rich tapestry of Chinese mythology, is the moon goddess Chang. Her story is one of tragic ascent and eternal guardianship. Consuming an elixir of immortality to save it from a malicious individual, Chang found herself floating weightlessly, drawn to the moon, where she became its eternal resident and warden. From her palace of Guanghen, the vast cold palace, she is said to maintain the seals that protect her solitary kingdom. These barriers are not built of stone or metal, but of more ethereal and potent forces. Legends describe how Chang and other lunar spirits use the moon's own silvery light, weaving it into a shimmering, reflective dome that perfectly camouflages any structures from prying eyes. Furthermore, they are said to manipulate the moon's subtle gravitational fields, creating areas of distorted space that gently but firmly push probes and vessels off course, or create perceptual illusions that confuse and disorient. The goal was never to be hostile, but to be hidden, to maintain a sacred isolation for the treasures the kingdom protects. And what astonishing treasures are guarded within this silvery vault. The Lunar Kingdom is said to be the repository for three things of immense value. First, and most famously, is the original, perfected elixir of immortality. This is not merely a potion for extending life, but a substance that grants true eternal youth and harmony with the cosmos, the very essence that sustains Chang. Second, the moon's crust is believed to contain unique minerals and elements with properties unknown on Earth. These selenite crystals or lunar metals could possess incredible energy-conducting capabilities, healing vibrations, or even the secret to anti-gravity. Third, and perhaps most profound, the kingdom is said to guard the records of cosmic history. Imagine libraries carved from moon rock containing the complete chronicles of our solar system, records of celestial events, and the histories of civilizations long since passed from the memory of Earth. These were sealed away to prevent humanity from accessing power or knowledge it was not yet spiritually prepared to wield, ensuring that our development would follow a natural, rather than a forcibly accelerated, path. The mechanism of this lunar lock is as elegant as it is secure, operating in perfect sync with the celestial dance between the Earth, Moon, and Sun. The seals are not constant in their intensity. They pulse and shift in strength according to the lunar phases. They are at their most potent during the full moon, when the moon's influence on Earth is strongest and its reflective barrier is most complete. However, there are fleeting, calculated moments of vulnerability. During a total lunar eclipse, when the Earth casts its shadow upon the moon, the alignment of the three celestial bodies creates a temporary interference pattern in the magical field. For those few precious minutes, the silvery veil is said to thin, potentially allowing a passage for those who know how to navigate the shifting energies. The other known method of entry is not physical at all, but spiritual astral projection, a consciousness untethered from its physical body, traveling on the subtle light waves reflected from the moon, could potentially slip through the gravitational distortions and perceive the kingdom in its true form. This reinforces the idea that the realm is not meant for physical conquest, but for spiritual discovery. This myth is beautifully enriched by the legend of the Jade Rabbit, or Utu. This is not merely a charming pet for the lonely goddess, but a crucial artisan and guardian in its own right. The rabbit is perpetually depicted with a mortar and pestle, and its eternal task is to grind the ingredients for the elixir of immortality. This constant, rhythmic work is more than just preparation. Many esoteric traditions suggest that the rabbit's pounding acts as a stabilizing frequency, a resonant hum that helps to maintain the integrity of the seals themselves. The rabbit's never-ending labor is what keeps the magical barriers charged and coherent, making it a silent, unsung custodian of the Lunar Kingdom's security. The poignant tale of the archer Howie provides a powerful lesson about the consequences of attempting to breach these divine seals. Howie, Chang's mortal husband, was a hero who shot down 9 of 10 superfluous suns to save the Earth. When his wife ascended to the moon, his love and grief were so immense that he sought to follow her. He built a tower to the heavens and nearly succeeded in reaching the lunar surface through sheer force of will and earthly power. But his attempt was met not with welcome, but with reinforcement of the seal. The legends say the moon receded further away, and the mists around it thickened, forever separating the lovers. This story serves as a stark warning. Defiance of celestial order, even when motivated by love, carries a cost. The seals are maintained for a reason, and attempting to forcefully unseal the kingdom can result in it becoming even more inaccessible, a lesson about respecting boundaries set by higher powers. In our modern era, these ancient legends find strange and fascinating echoes. With the advent of space exploration, the myth has evolved to include the concept of moon bases, not of human construction, but of the native lunar civilization. Some theorists point to anomalous shadows and seemingly geometric structures spotted in NAS, a satellite imagery of the far side of the moon, as potential evidence of these hidden constructs, though scientists attribute them to pareidolia, the human tendency to see patterns in random shapes. This fusion of ancient myth and modern speculation has had a tremendous influence on science fiction, inspiring countless stories of secret lunar colonies, from H.G. Wells' Selenites to more contemporary tales. The idea taps into a deep-seated curiosity about what truly lies on the side of the moon we are never meant to see. This brings us to a pressing modern question. With nations and private companies planning a renewed push for lunar exploration, with ambitions to establish permanent bases and mine for resources, could we inadvertently unseal this ancient kingdom? The legends suggest that the seals are sensitive to both spiritual intention and physical intrusion, a drilling operation that unknowingly struck a key energetic ley line, or a powerful communications array that created a resonant frequency conflicting with the jade rabbit's hum, could theoretically disrupt the ancient enchantments. The unsealing might not be a dramatic event of crumbling walls, but a gradual fading of the perceptual filters, revealing what was always there. The consequences would be world-altering, forcing humanity to confront not only a new intelligent civilization, but also the reality that our oldest myths were more than just stories. They were maps to a truth we are only now, with our technology, beginning to approach, a truth guarded by silvery light and the quiet, vigilant magic of the moon. Leaving behind the silent, celestial kingdom of the moon, we descend now into the roaring heart of a different kind of power, the untamed, tempestuous sea off the coast of Brittany. Here, where the grey Atlantic waters crash against the rugged French shoreline, lies a legend not of divine punishment, but of a father's heartbreaking choice and a daughter's fatal mistake. Imagine a city even more splendid than Paris, its towers and spires crafted from white marble and gold, rising proudly from the Bay of Douarnenez. This was Ys, the most magnificent city in all of Brittany, a place of unimaginable wealth and cultural brilliance, protected from the ocean's wrath by an ingenious system of dikes and a single, massive gate that held back the sea. The city's lifeblood was its harbor, a bustling center for trade where ships from across the known world docked, unloading silks, spices, and stories. By day, the city gleamed under the northern sun. By night, it was a beacon of music and revelry, its fame spreading far and wide as a place where desire was the only law and pleasure the highest virtue. Yet this glittering jewel was built upon a foundation of perilous pride, a hubris that would call down not the wrath of a distant god, but the immediate, crushing judgment of the very element it had dared to defy. The sealing of Ys is a tragedy woven from human weakness and the unforgiving power of nature, centered on two figures, the pious King Gradlon and his beloved yet reckless daughter, Princess Duat. Gradlon, a wise and just ruler, had been gifted the city by the sea itself, a reward for his virtue, but his love for Duat was his greatest vulnerability. The princess, beautiful and charismatic, was also wild and hedonistic, transforming her father's court into a perpetual festival of decadence. She encouraged every vice, and legend says she would take a new lover each night, only to have them mysteriously disappear by morning, their bodies cast into the sea from a secret silver gate. The city's moral decay festered under her influence, turning a once pious kingdom into a den of corruption. The final, catastrophic act came during a night of particularly fierce storms. As the waves hammered against the protective dikes, a mysterious and handsome knight in red appeared, captivating Duat. He seduced her with flattery and convinced her that the true power of Ys lay in confronting the storm, not hiding from it. He dared her to prove her love by unlocking the great gate that held back the ocean, claiming the city was strong enough to withstand the tide. Blinded by passion and arrogance, Duat stole the golden key that hung around her sleeping father's neck and descended to the seawall. With a turn of the key, she unleashed the abyss. The forces that sealed the city were a terrifying fusion of natural cataclysm and ancient magic. The moment the gate was opened, the pent-up fury of the Atlantic exploded into the city's streets. But this was no ordinary flood. It was a sentient, vengeful force, ancient Druidic magic still potent in the land of the Celts, combined with the raw power of the sea to enact a permanent seal. The waters did not merely drown Ys, they consumed it with a purpose, weaving curses into the very sand and stone as they settled. These enchantments bound the city's ruins to the seabed, anchoring them with such force that they could never be raised by human hands. The tides themselves were enchanted to become the city's eternal wardens, a perpetual, churning guard that patrols the ruins, ensuring no one can ever again access what was lost. The sea became both tomb and jailer, its relentless ebb and flow a constant reminder of the price of transgression. This was not a random disaster. It was a deliberate act of quarantine, the environment itself rising up to remove a festering wound of corruption from the world. So what priceless treasures now lie entombed under this aqueous seal, guarded by the cursed tides? The legends speak of wealth beyond comprehension, immense hoards of gold and jewels that once adorned the palaces and temples, now scattered across the ocean floor like a dragon's plundered treasure. But more valuable than any precious metal were the secrets Ys guarded. As a master of the sea, the city possessed advanced marine technology that allowed it to control the very tides, a knowledge that could revolutionize maritime travel and energy even today. They understood the moon's pull on the oceans in a way we are still deciphering, and they built ships that could navigate with uncanny precision. This knowledge was deemed too dangerous to remain in human hands. The sealing ensured that the power to command the seas would not fall to another prideful civilization, preventing a repeated cycle of arrogance and catastrophic folly. The ocean, in its immense wisdom, locked away the tools of its own potential domination. The story's moral dimension is powerfully emphasized by the role of Saint Corentin, one of Brittany's founding saints. In the most poignant moment of the legend, as King Gradlon flees the deluge on his magical horse Morvark with his daughter clinging behind him, a divine voice rings out over the roaring waves. It is the voice of Saint Corentin, or God speaking through him, delivering a terrible ultimatum. Cast aside the demon who sits behind you, or you shall perish with her. In that agonizing instant, Gradlon is forced to choose between his paternal love and his duty to his people and his soul. With a cry of despair, he pushes Duat into the raging waters. Her body is swallowed by the waves, and immediately the sea begins to calm, sparing Gradlon to live out his days in penance. This heartbreaking sacrifice is the final key to the seal. It represents the necessary rejection of the corruption Duat embodied. Her death sanctifies the sealing, transforming it from a simple punishment into a somber, necessary purification. The city could not be saved, but the king's soul and the moral integrity of the land could be. This powerful myth is almost certainly rooted in real geological history. The coast of Brittany, like many low-lying areas of Europe, has experienced catastrophic flooding events over the centuries as sea levels rose after the last ice age. The Bay of Douarnenez is a perfect candidate for such a lost settlement. Archaeologists have found evidence of submerged forests and ancient human activity on the seabed in the region, proving that land now underwater was once habitable. The legend of Ys likely serves as a folk memory of a very real, devastating coastal inundation that erased a prosperous trading town from the map. The story provided a compelling, human-caused narrative for a terrifying and inexplicable natural disaster, embedding a critical moral lesson within a historical trauma. That lesson echoes through the centuries, carried on the salty breeze. Fishermen from the Breton villages have long told tales of hearing the faint, mournful chime of church bells rising from the depths of the bay on a calm, quiet day. Others speak of seeing the ghostly spires of Ys reflected in the water at certain times of the year, a shimmering mirage of the lost splendor. These stories are not just fanciful folklore, they are a cultural conscience, a persistent reminder of the city's fate and the reason for its sealing. They reinforce the warning against moral decay, hedonism, and the dangerous belief that we can control nature without consequence. The bells of Ys are a siren song from a sunken past, calling us not to reclaim its treasures but to remember its folly. What then, if modern technology or a shift in the ancient curses were to ever break these aquatic seals? The secrets revealed could be staggering. The recovery of Ys's marine technology could unlock new forms of tidal energy, ending our reliance on fossil fuels. The historical artifacts preserved in the cold, anaerobic water could rewrite our understanding of post-Roman Celtic civilization. But the legend cautions us that the greatest danger might not be the failure of the physical seals, but the unsealing of the same human arrogance that doomed the city in the first place. To plunder Ys without heeding its story would be to repeat the very mistake that sent it to the depths, proving that we learned nothing from the waves that still guard its silent, golden halls. From the drowned bells of Ys, we journey now to a kingdom lost not to water, but to its elemental opposite the endless, shifting sands of the Arabian desert. Here, beneath the scorching sun and the star-filled nights of the empty quarter, lies the legend of a metropolis so magnificent and so proud that its name has become synonymous with divine retribution. Envision a city of impossible scale, its skyline dominated not by mountains, but by pillars carved from a single block of stone, soaring so high they seemed to challenge the heavens themselves. This was Iram of the Pillars, a place of legendary wealth and architectural genius, home to the ancient tribe of Ad. According to Islamic tradition, this colossal city did not fall to a rival army or a slow decline. Instead, it was erased from the face of the earth in a single, cataclysmic event, sealed away forever by the direct will of Allah as a permanent lesson for all of humanity. The force that accomplished this was not the ocean but the desert itself, a supernatural sandstorm of unimaginable fury that did not merely bury the city, but actively consumed it, transforming a beacon of civilization into a secret guarded by a million shifting dunes. The story of Iram's sealing is fundamentally a story of human arrogance confronting divine truth. The people of Ad were not primitive, they were a civilization of immense power and sophistication. They built towering, fortified cities and cultivated a life of luxury and ease in the heart of one of the world's most inhospitable environments. Their physical strength was proverbial, and their architectural achievements, particularly the legendary pillars, were a testament to their mastery over their world. Yet this power curdled into a profound spiritual decay. They grew arrogant, worshipping idols of their own creation and indulging in widespread corruption and injustice. They believed their fortifications and their strength made them invincible, masters of their own destiny, answerable to no higher authority. Into this world of hubris, God sent the prophet Hud, a man from among their own people, with a simple, urgent message: to abandon their false gods and their wicked ways, and to worship the one true God before a terrible punishment befell them. The Ad met Hud's warnings not with contemplation but with mockery and contempt. They challenged him to bring on the punishment he promised, so confident were they in their own invulnerability. Their rejection was not just of a prophet, but of the very principle of a power greater than their own, a final act of defiance that triggered the sealing of their entire world. The mechanism of this divine quarantine was a masterpiece of poetic justice. The Ad had built their kingdom in defiance of the desert, creating an oasis of power in a land of austerity. And so, the desert itself became the instrument of their imprisonment. The Quran describes how Allah sent upon them a screaming, violent wind, a sandstorm that raged for 7 nights and 8 days without cease. This was no natural weather event. It was a supernatural force, a directed cataclysm. The wind did not just blow sand over the city, it systematically dismantled it. The great pillars, the symbols of their pride, were toppled and shattered. The magnificent palaces and homes were scoured from the earth. The storm then lifted the entire landscape, shifting unimaginable tons of sand to swallow every last trace of the city, leaving no path for the living to follow. This was the final, complete seal. The desert was commanded to become a perpetual warden, its dunes programmed by divine will to shift and change for all eternity, ensuring that the location of Iram would never be fixed, never be found by accident, and never be excavated by human ambition. The sand became a fluid, unbreachable vault, its locks reset with every gust of wind. So what profound treasures and dangerous knowledge were deemed so volatile that they required this eternal sandy tomb? Iram was more than a city of material wealth. It was a repository of unique understanding. The ad possessed an unparalleled knowledge of desert survival, secrets of finding water in the most arid places, and navigating the trackless wastes by the stars. Their architectural techniques, which allowed them to erect those legendary pillars, may have involved a lost science of stone working or an understanding of terrestrial energies. Some traditions and later esoteric interpretations even suggest they had formed alliances with or learned to command the jinn, the fiery, intelligent beings of Islamic lore, tapping into a source of power entirely separate from the human world. The sealing of Iram, therefore, served a dual purpose. It was a punishment for their moral failure, yes, but it was also a protective measure, allowing such potent knowledge the ability to thrive in the harshest environments, to build on a colossal scale, or to manipulate unseen forces to fall into the hands of another arrogant civilization would risk a repeat of the same catastrophe. The city was hidden to serve as an eternal moral lesson, a physical manifestation of the Quranic verse that warns how God obliterates the footprints of those who exult in their worldly power and reject his sign. The most famous popularization of Iram comes from outside the Quran, found in the timeless tales of the 1001 Nights. In the story of Abdullah the fisherman, the protagonist is taken to a magnificent underwater city by a merman, who reveals it to be Iram, the city of the pillars, punished for its pride by being sunk beneath the waves. This fascinating variation shows how the legend evolved in the popular imagination, adapting to different environments while retaining its core theme of a lost, punished city. It demonstrates how Iram captured the human mind, becoming a flexible archetype for a paradise lost through arrogance, whether sealed by sand or by sea. This legend took a dramatic leap from myth toward potential history in the late 20th century. A team of archaeologists, using data from the NASA, a space shuttle Challenger's radar that could penetrate dry sand, identified ancient caravan routes in Oman. Following these clues, they began excavating a site known as Ubar, which local tradition had long associated with the people of Ad. What they uncovered was a significant fortified settlement, a major hub for the frankincense trade, which had apparently collapsed into a large sinkhole. While this discovery is almost certainly not the mythical Iram of the pillars in its full legendary glory, it provides a compelling historical kernel. It suggests that the story of Iram may be a powerful folk memory of a real, prosperous desert city that met a sudden and catastrophic end, perhaps through a geological collapse exacerbated by the overuse of its water resources, an event so traumatic that it was interpreted for generations as a direct divine punishment for the hubris of its inhabitants. The sinkhole became the sand-filled tomb that inspired the legend of a city swallowed by a storm. The enduring power of Iram's story is its stark symbolism of the ephemeral nature of worldly power. The Ad believed their pillars would stand forever, a monument to their own greatness. They discovered that all human achievement is but sand before the wind of divine will. The Prophet Hud's story emphasizes the consequences of ignoring not just a religious message, but a fundamental ethical one, the warning against the corrupting nature of unchecked power and the belief that we are the ultimate masters of our fate. The seals on Iram are a permanent reminder that civilizations, no matter how advanced, are fragile. Their legacy is not the gold they accumulated or the towers they built, but the lesson they leave behind when they fall. This leads to the tantalizing modern question: could any archaeological effort, no matter how advanced, ever truly penetrate these ancient sandy barriers? The legend suggests the answer is no, and not for a lack of technology. The seal on Iram is not just physical, it is moral and spiritual. The desert shifts to protect its secret not from shovels, but from the same arrogance that built the city. The message of Iram is that some truths are not meant to be dug up and displayed in a museum. They are meant to be absorbed as a warning. to seek Iram with the same pride that doomed it would be to misunderstand its story completely. The city's true treasure is not the knowledge it guards, but the lesson it embodies, a lesson written not on stone, but on the ever-shifting sands of time. From the scorching, sand-sealed fate of Iram, we now travel to the absolute opposite end of the earth, to a world of blinding white and profound silence, where the very concept of cold becomes a living, breathing barrier. Picture an island so remote, so deeply shrouded in the frozen mists of the far north, that its existence has forever hovered on the very edge of the known world. This is Thule, the Ultima Thule, a name that has echoed through the ages as a synonym for the ultimate, unreachable frontier. In the minds of ancient Greek and Roman geographers, Thule was not just another landmass, it was the final gateway, the last possible stop before the map gave way to legend, a place where the sea itself congealed into a solid, impassable plain of ice. But this was no ordinary island. It was believed to be a remnant of a much older, warmer world, a surviving outpost of the Hyperborean paradise, whose inhabitants retreated north as the climate changed. As the great ice ages descended, sealing the polar regions in a frozen grip, Thule was not merely isolated by natural forces. Its guardians, the descendants of those enlightened Hyperboreans, are said to have performed mystical rites, weaving ancient magics into the advancing glaciers and the howling winds. They turned the environment itself into a sentinel, using the ice as a crystalline shield to hide their sanctuary and the profound secrets it contained from a humanity they deemed unready. The sealing of Thule was therefore a dual act, a natural climatic shift and a deliberate magical quarantine, creating one of the most enduring and enigmatic sealed realms in all of mythology. The treasures guarded within this icy vault were of a kind that could reshape our understanding of history and our place in the cosmos. First and foremost, Thule was said to hold the ultimate secrets of polar navigation. This was not simply a matter of stellar charts, but a deeper, almost symbiotic knowledge of the Earth's magnetic fields, the behavior of sea ice, and the hidden currents that flow beneath the frozen surface. Such knowledge would have allowed for trans-Arctic travel millennia before our modern icebreakers, suggesting a prehistoric culture of unparalleled maritime skill. Beyond this, Thule was believed to be a living library of pre-Diluvian cultures, a refuge for civilizations that flourished before the great floods and ice sheets scoured the rest of the world. Their histories, technologies, and spiritual beliefs, preserved in the deep freeze, could offer a completely new narrative for human development. But the most staggering secret Thule is said to guard is its function as a gateway. Legends speak of shimmering portals hidden within its glacial valleys, vortices that do not lead to other lands, but to other dimensions or worlds entirely. This was not merely a strategic location on a map, but a strategic node in the very fabric of reality, a crossroads of cosmic importance that had to be protected at all costs from those who might use it for conquest or careless exploration. The mechanisms enforcing this glacial prison are as deceptive as they are formidable. The primary sealing force is, of course, the sheer, soul-crushing cold, a cold so intense it can repel the most determined explorer by sapping not just physical strength, but also the very will to continue. Yet, the legends speak of something more intelligent than mere weather or ice magics. These enchantments are said to manipulate perception, creating vast and convincing mirages known as Fata Morgana. A sailor might spot the jagged, promising peaks of Thule on the horizon, only to have them dissolve into a bank of fog or a shimmering cliff of ice that was not there moments before. These illusions are not random. They are a defensive system, actively leading ships into treacherous iceberg fields or open water, forever keeping the true coastline just out of reach. The ice itself is described as being unnaturally resilient, healing cracks and leads with supernatural speed, as if the very land is alive and actively resisting intrusion. This combination of natural extremity and supernatural deception makes Thule a fortress whose walls are both real and unreal, a psychological barrier as much as a physical one. The first historical voice to speak of Thule was the Greek explorer Pytheas of Massalia, who, in the 4th century before the Common Era, claimed to have visited the island after a 6-day voyage north of Britain. His account, now lost and known only through the sometimes skeptical reports of later writers like Strabo, described a land where the sun barely set in summer and where the sea became a slushy, impassable gel. Pythias's Thule was a place of mystery, but it was rooted in the tangible world of trade and exploration, likely referring to the Shetland Islands, Iceland, or even the coast of Norway. His documentation is crucial because it provides a historical anchor, a real journey that then blossomed into a millennia-long legend. The very fact that his precise location remains debated to this day feeds directly into the myth of Thule's elusive nature. It was a real place that Pythias may have truly seen, but one that subsequently vanished back into the mists of legend, as if the seals had closed behind him. This mystical reputation took a dark and disturbing turn in the 20th century, when Thule became entangled with the occult fantasies of the Nazi regime. The Thule Society, a German occultist group that was a precursor to the Nazi Party, adopted the name and the legend. They believed Thule was the ancestral home of the Aryan people, a Hyperborean super race whose pure blood and ancient wisdom they sought to reclaim. For them, the icy seals were not a protection but a challenge to be overcome. They launched expeditions to the Arctic, not just for geographical conquest, but in a desperate, esoteric quest to find the hidden portals and power they believed were frozen within Thule. This sinister chapter demonstrates the dangerous allure of such sealed realms. The very act of seeking them can be twisted by ideology, turning a spiritual mystery into a justification for supremacist and destructive agendas. The Nazi obsession with Thule stands as a stark warning of what can happen when the quest to unseal ancient power is driven by hatred and a will to dominate. Yet, long before the Nazis, and long after, the indigenous peoples of the Arctic have maintained their own rich tapestry of stories about the far north. Inuit legends do not speak of a Thule by name, but they describe otherworldly lands, hidden valleys, and powerful spirits that reside within the ice. The concept of Sela, the animating spirit of the weather and the universe, reflects a deep understanding of the Arctic as a living, conscious entity, one that could easily choose to hide or reveal its secrets. The ancient Thule culture, a real prehistoric ancestor of the Inuit, actually takes its name from the mythical island, creating a fascinating feedback loop between archaeology and legend. These native traditions offer a different, more respectful perspective on the seals of the North. They suggest that the land itself has agency and that its secrets are not prizes to be won, but gifts to be earned through harmony and understanding, a stark contrast to the forceful extraction imagined by others. This captivating blend of history, myth, and mystery has made Thule a powerful muse in literature, inspiring countless utopian and dystopian novels. It appears as the hidden, advanced society in modern fantasy, a last refuge for magic in a world of science, or as the setting for stories of isolation and psychological transformation. Each retelling explores a different facet of its sealed nature, asking what price must be paid to live in such a place, or what might be lost if it were ever opened. The recurring theme in these stories, mirrored in the old sailors' tales of glimpsing Thule only to have it vanish, is that the realm is defined by its absence, its elusiveness. It is the dream that recedes with every step you take toward it, making the journey itself the true test. This brings us to a profoundly modern and urgent question. What if the very forces that have sealed Thule for millennia are now, for the first time, beginning to fail? As climate change rapidly melts the Arctic ice, could we be inadvertently unsealing this legendary realm? The glaciers that have acted as both physical and magical barriers for thousands of years are retreating at an unprecedented rate. The mirages might persist, but the solid walls of ice are literally dissolving. The potential for discovery is staggering. We might not find a city of crystal spires, but we could uncover archaeological sites of the real Thule culture, preserved for centuries in the permafrost, offering an unparalleled window into human resilience and adaptation. We might discover new geological formations or even anomalies that fuel the portal theories, but the unsealing of Thule also carries a dire warning. If its secrets are revealed not through spiritual readiness or respectful inquiry, but as an accidental byproduct of our own planetary carelessness, what does that say about our right to access them? The melting ice might reveal truths, but it could also unleash things that were meant to stay confined, all while holding up a mirror to our own role in dismantling one of the world's great natural barriers. The fate of Thule, the ultimate frontier, is now inextricably linked to our own, a frozen secret waiting to be revealed not by a heroic quest, but by the slow, inexorable consequences of a warming world. After braving the frozen, elusive frontiers of Thule, we now step into a realm of perfect, eternal warmth and light, a sanctuary for the soul so blissful that the gods themselves placed it under permanent, divine protection. Imagine a landscape that exists beyond the grim finality of death, a series of verdant meadows bathed in a soft, golden glow, where the air is perpetually fragrant with the scent of ambrosia and the sound of gentle laughter. This is the Elysian Fields, the ultimate reward in the Greek afterlife, a paradise reserved exclusively for the heroic, the virtuous, and the righteous. But this blessed afterlife was not a given, nor was it open to all. It was a carefully managed domain, a gated community of the soul, deliberately sealed off from the gloomy vastness of the general underworld by the supreme authority of Mount Olympus. The great god Zeus, alongside his divine brethren, decreed that this perfect peace must be preserved, and so they enacted a sealing of pure, concentrated light. They wove the very rays of the sun into a radiant, shimmering barrier that surrounded Elysium, a boundary of such brilliance that it was utterly impassable to any soul whose life had not been judged worthy. This was not a wall of fire or ice, but a living, intelligent filter of solar energy, a divine force field that recognized and admitted only those who carried the inner light of a life well lived, ensuring that cosmic justice was maintained and the paradise within remained eternally unsullied by the stain of mediocrity or sin. The treasures guarded within this luminous enclosure were not material objects, but states of being that humanity has yearned for since the dawn of consciousness. The Elysian Fields protected the ultimate rewards of virtue. Here, souls experienced a profound and everlasting freedom from all forms of suffering, no more pain, no more toil, no more grief. It was a place of perfect leisure and intellectual pleasure, where heroes could practice the arts of war and peace as a pastime. Athletes could compete in friendly, unending games, and philosophers could engage in dialogue for all eternity. Most poignantly, it offered the gift of reunion, where souls could be with their loved ones, their fallen comrades, and their ancestors, relationships severed by death now restored in a perfected, timeless state. The sealing of this realm was therefore fundamental to the Greek understanding of cosmic order. It created a tangible, desirable destination that justified a life of arete or excellence. Without this divine quarantine, the distinction between a noble life and a base one would have been meaningless in the afterlife. The radiant barrier ensured that the promise of Elysium was not a hollow one, but a guaranteed refuge for those who upheld the ideals the gods themselves valued, preserving the incentive for mortals to strive for greatness. Gaining entry past this solar seal was not a matter of prayer or divine favoritism. It was a rigorous judicial process. The primary judge at the gates of Elysium was not Hades, the lord of the underworld, but his appointed deputy, Rhadamanthus. Formerly a just and wise king of Crete, Rhadamanthus was granted the solemn duty of presiding over the final judgment of souls. He would weigh the deeds of a mortal's life with unerring precision, holding their actions against the unwavering standard of divine law. A life marked by courage, honor, justice, and piety would earn his nod of approval. But this judgment was more than a simple verdict. It was the key that activated the sealing mechanism. Only with the metaphysical stamp of Rhadamanthus's approval could a soul even perceive the true gateway through the blinding barrier of light. For the unworthy, the approach to Elysium would appear as an impenetrable wall of searing radiance, a dead end in the underworld's geography. For the approved soul, the same barrier would part like a gentle mist, revealing a path into the meadows of bliss. This system removed any possibility of cheating or forced entry. The seal was tied directly to the soul's own moral record, a perfect and incorruptible security system. The physical and spiritual location of this paradise evolved over time within Greek thought. Initially, Elysium was thought to be a specific, blissful region at the very edge of the world, far to the west beyond the river Oceanus. Later poets like Pindar and Hesiod refined this concept into the Isles of the Blessed. These were actual, mythical islands situated in the Western Ocean, a paradisiacal archipelago where the climate was eternally perfect and the earth provided food without cultivation. This shift in location from a field to an island further emphasized its sealed nature. Surrounded by the endless, unnavigable waters of Oceanus, the Isles of the Blessed were geographically isolated, a physical manifestation of their separation from both the world of the living and the dreary realms of the common dead. This dual sealing by both celestial light and impassable sea realm forced the idea that Elysium was a place set apart, a sacred precinct in the cosmos that could not be reached by any ordinary means. The path to Elysium was also intimately connected to the secretive mystery cults of the ancient world, most notably the Eleusinian mysteries. Followers of Demeter and Persephone who underwent the secret initiation rites at Eleusis were promised a better lot in the afterlife. While not a guaranteed ticket to Elysium, the initiates were given special knowledge and passwords that would help them navigate the underworld and present themselves favorably before the judges like Rhadamanthus. These initiates were, in a sense, given a spiritual map and the correct codes to bypass the lesser obstacles of the underworld, putting them on the right path toward the radiant seals of Elysium. Their purified status, achieved through the rituals, made them recognizable to the barrier's intelligent light. This practice highlights a fascinating democratization of the Elysian ideal over time, shifting it from an exclusive club for heroes and demigods to a potential reward for any mortal who sought spiritual purity and divine knowledge through dedicated practice. The profound selectivity of this sealed realm is heartbreakingly illustrated by the myth of Orpheus, the greatest musician who ever lived. After his beloved wife Eurydice died from a snake bite, Orpheus used his unparalleled musical skill to charm his way into the underworld itself. His music was so beautiful it softened the hearts of Hades and Persephone, who agreed to release Eurydice on one condition: he must walk ahead of her and not look back until they had both reached the upper world. Orpheus led her through the grim paths of the underworld, past the very thresholds that separated the land of the dead from the fields of the blessed. He was on the cusp of achieving the impossible, a return from death itself, but as he stepped into the sunlight, a moment of devastating doubt and overwhelming love overcame him. He turned to ensure Eurydice was still following. In that single, faithless glance, he broke the divine decree. He saw her fading back into the shadows, lost to him forever. Orpheus had physically reached the exit, but he failed the final spiritual test. His doubt acted as a key that locked the seal against him, proving that even the most talented and determined soul could be barred from salvation by a single flaw in character. His story serves as an eternal testament to the absolute and unforgiving nature of the divine barriers surrounding the afterlife's rewards. The cultural impact of the Elysian Fields is impossible to overstate, as it laid the foundational blueprint for the concept of heaven in Western thought. The early Christian vision of paradise, with its emphasis on a peaceful reunion with God and loved ones in a radiant, beautiful landscape, bears a striking resemblance to the Greek Elysium. The idea of a judgment after death that determines one's eternal destination, so central to Christian, Islamic, and Jewish theology, finds a clear precursor in the judgment of Rhadamanthus. The Elysian Fields transformed the vague and shadowy Greek underworld, which was often a bleak prospect for all, into a universe with moral consequence and hope. It introduced the powerful idea that how one lives their life directly shapes their experience in the afterlife, a concept that would become a cornerstone of religious belief for billions of people. The sealed paradise of the Greeks was therefore not just a myth, but a profound innovation in human spirituality, offering a vision of cosmic justice that has comforted and motivated humanity for millennia. Ultimately, the sealed realm of the Elysian Fields holds up a mirror to our most profound and universal hopes. It represents our deep-seated desire for a world where virtue is not its own reward, but is met with a tangible, eternal peace. It is the answer to our fear that death is the end, offering instead a promise of a beautiful continuation. The radiant barriers erected by the gods are not there to frustrate us, but to validate our struggles. They assure us that a life of honor and courage is not in vain, that it leads to a place so wonderful it must be protected from all that is not equally pure. The light that seals Elysium is the same light we are asked to kindle within ourselves through our actions. Its very existence in myth suggests that the true key to this paradise was never a physical object or a secret password, but a life lived in such a way that when we finally stand before the gate, our own soul shines brightly enough to be recognized by the light and welcomed home. Now we venture into a realm where the very air is thought to vibrate with sacred intention, a kingdom concealed not by mountains of stone, but by mountains of sound. High in the most inaccessible reaches of the Himalayas, where the snow-covered peaks seem to pierce the fabric of the sky itself, legends speak of a valley untouched by time, a sanctuary of peace and wisdom known as Shambhala. Imagine a place where the architecture harmonizes with the landscape, where the inhabitants have perfected the art of living in a state of continuous enlightenment, and where the boundaries between the physical and the spiritual are gracefully blurred. This is no ordinary hidden city. It is a realm whose existence is sustained and protected by the most profound force in the universe, the power of vibration. According to the deepest teachings of Tibetan Buddhism, Shambhala was sealed away from our world by ancient bodhisattvas, beings of immense compassion who had attained enlightenment but chose to remain in the cycle of rebirth to aid all sentient beings. These enlightened architects did not build walls of rock or ice. Instead, they performed a grand, collaborative ritual, chanting sacred mantras with such purity and focus that the very syllables, charged with cosmic power, wove themselves into an invisible, resonant dome over the entire kingdom. This dome is not a solid structure, but a living, humming barrier of sonic energy, perfectly tuned to the fundamental frequency of the earth itself. It acts as a perceptual filter, causing the unworthy to see only endless stretches of rock and ice, their minds gently turned away by the subtle, disorienting vibrations that protect the sacred space. The treasures guarded within this sonic sanctuary are not hoards of gold or jewels, but something infinitely more valuable to the future of all existence. Shambhala is the celestial vault for the most advanced spiritual teachings, most notably the complete Kalachakra Tantra, which translates to the Wheel of Time. These are not merely philosophical texts, they are intricate, sophisticated manuals detailing the relationship between the cosmos, the human body, and the path to enlightenment. They contain prophecies of a future time of great conflict, when materialism and spiritual darkness will cover the earth. At that pivotal moment, it is foretold that a future Buddha will emerge from Shambhala to guide humanity into a new golden age. Furthermore, the kingdom is said to guard weapons of light. Though these are not swords or spears as we understand them, they are powerful spiritual technologies, perhaps crystalline devices, concentrated energies of compassion, or mantras of such potency that they can dispel ignorance and hatred on a global scale. These are the tools reserved for the final battle, not against a physical enemy, but against the inner darkness that plagues humanity. The sealing of Shambhala was therefore an act of profound foresight. By concealing these powerful prophecies and weapons, the bodhisattvas ensured they would not be misused or corrupted in an age unprepared for their power. They are held in trust, a sacred trust for all of humanity, awaiting the precise moment in our collective spiritual evolution when we are ready to receive and wield them wisely. The mechanism of this mantric seal is a masterpiece of spiritual engineering. The barrier is maintained by the continuous, rhythmic chanting of the kingdom's inhabitants and the natural resonance of the landscape itself. The primary mantras used, such as the universal sound, Om, are believed to be the foundational vibrations from which all of reality manifests. By aligning these chants with the Earth's own subtle hum, the Schumann resonance that pulses at the heart of our planet, the seal becomes self-sustaining and incredibly resilient. This creates a dual-layer defense. The first is a sonic barrier that actively disorients any potential invader. Someone approaching with selfish or violent intent would experience a growing sense of confusion, vertigo, and fear, their own negative mental state amplified and reflected back at them by the vibrational field until they are compelled to turn back. The second, and perhaps more fascinating layer, is a distortion of time itself. Many accounts from Tibetan lamas and the ancient texts themselves suggest that time within Shambhala flows differently. A seeker might spend what feels like a single day in the kingdom, only to return to the outer world and find that decades or even centuries have passed. This temporal seal makes the realm not just hidden in space, but also elusive in time, ensuring it can never be tracked or besieged by any conventional means. The primary source for these detailed descriptions is the Kalachakra Tantra, a complex and advanced series of Buddhist teachings that found their way to Tibet from India in the 11th century. Scholars who study these texts note that Shambhala is described with astonishing geographical and cosmological precision, yet it remains fundamentally a place of the mind and spirit. This duality is central to its mystery. Throughout Tibet's tumultuous history, especially during periods of foreign invasion and cultural suppression, the legend of Shambhala took on a powerful political and psychological dimension. It became a symbol of hope and resistance, a promised land of Tibetan sovereignty and spiritual purity that could never be conquered by outside forces. This hope is crystallized in the concept of the Northern Door. It is said that while Shambhala is protected on all sides, there is one specific gateway, a northern passage, that will open when the world is ready. This is not a literal door in a mountain, but a metaphor for a shift in global consciousness. The opening of the Northern Door represents a collective elevation of human thought, a worldwide movement towards compassion and wisdom that will, in and of itself, dissolve the vibrational barriers and make Shambhala accessible to all. This leads to the most profound and personal aspect of the Shambhala legend, the idea that the kingdom is a mirror of our own inner state. The unwavering rule, repeated in countless teachings, is that only a person with completely pure karma and a mind free of attachment and aversion can ever hope to find their way. Your intentions literally become your compass. A greedy seeker, no matter how well equipped or determined, will wander forever in the foothills, while a humble, compassionate heart might stumble upon the path almost by accident. There are many tales passed down through generations of Tibetan monks, of advanced practitioners who set out on the journey. Some speak of encountering friendly spirits who offered guidance after witnessing their selfless acts along the way. Others tell of seasoned meditators who, after years of failing to find a physical entrance, finally closed their eyes in deep meditation and found themselves instantly within the golden temples of Shambhala, realizing that the entire arduous external quest was merely a test to prepare their inner landscape for the kingdom's splendors. The seal, therefore, is ultimately an ethical one. It is a lock for which the only key is a purified heart. So what would it truly mean for global harmony to unlock this realm? It suggests a future not of a physical discovery, but of a collective awakening. If humanity were to somehow lay down its weapons, heal its environmental wounds, and prioritize wisdom over wealth, the vibrational frequency of the entire planet would rise. According to the legend, this shift in our collective karma would resonate with the mantric dome around Shambhala, causing it to fade away not as a barrier but as a now unnecessary filter. The kingdom would not need to be found because its essence would become one with our world. Its enlightened inhabitants would walk among us, its teachings would flow freely, and its weapons of light would be deployed not in battle, but in a great wave of healing and illumination. The unsealing of Shambhala is synonymous with the enlightenment of our entire world, a moment when the hidden paradise within every human heart finally becomes the reality we all share. After exploring realms sealed by the resonant power of mantras, we now ascend to a paradise woven from the very fabric of the night sky, a domain where the secrets of existence are locked away not by earthly barriers, but by the majestic and unyielding clockwork of the cosmos itself. High above the world of the Aztecs, beyond the reach of mortals, lay Tamonchon, a celestial garden of profound peace and creativity, a heaven where gods and virtuous ancestors dwelled among sacred trees that bore flowers of precious jade and shimmering quetzal feathers. This was the mythical place of origin, the divine workshop where the gods themselves had crafted the current iteration of humanity and discovered the life-giving sustenance of maize. Yet this paradise is now a haunting absence in the Mesoamerican cosmos, a realm deliberately severed from our world. According to the ancient myths preserved in texts like the Leyenda de los Soles, Tamonchon was sealed following a devastating conflict among the deities themselves. A pivotal transgression, often involving the forbidden plucking of a flower from the sacred garden, shattered the harmony of this divine space. In response, powerful forces embodied by gods like the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl enacted a grand and permanent quarantine. They did not raise walls of stone or water, but instead wove the realm's very existence into the complex dance of celestial bodies, using advanced astral magic to hide its location behind shifting curtains of starlight and planetary motion. The paradise was not destroyed. It was placed in a state of suspended animation, its access now governed by the implacable laws of the universe, waiting for a future age when the cosmic order might realign. The treasures protected within this star-sealed vault are nothing less than the foundational blueprints of Aztec civilization and the very origins of human life. Tamonchon was the sacred repository for the most vital knowledge imaginable. First and foremost, it guarded the true story of human creation. The Aztec cosmogony tells of multiple attempts by the gods to create a people who would worship and sustain them. In one of the most poignant versions, the current race of humans was fashioned by Quetzalcoatl from the ground-up bones of previous, failed worlds, mixed with his own divine blood shed in sacrifice at Tamonchon. This act imbued humanity with a sacred debt, a cosmic obligation that would define their relationship with the gods. Furthermore, this celestial realm was the source of the sacred plants that made settled life possible, most importantly, maize. The discovery of this grain in Tamontian was an event of monumental importance, as it allowed for the rise of the great Mesoamerican cultures. Perhaps most critically, the realm held the advanced calendars that charted the destiny of the world itself. The Aztecs lived in a universe of cyclic time, governed by the mighty calendar round, a 52-year cycle that tied the solar year to the sacred 260-day Tonalpohualli. Tamontian was thought to be the origin point of this profound chronological knowledge, which predicted the rise and fall of the 5 suns, or world eras. The sealing of this realm was therefore an act of cosmic preservation. By locking away the secrets of creation, sustenance, and time, the gods ensured that these powerful forces would not be corrupted or accessed by a humanity not yet ready to wield such responsibility, preserving them for a future, more enlightened age. The mechanism of this celestial lock is one of the most sophisticated in all mythology, a direct binding of a spiritual realm to a physical, astronomical phenomenon. The ancient texts and oral traditions suggest that the astral magic employed by Quetzalcoatl and his brethren involved tethering the very essence of Tamontian to a specific star cluster, the Pleiades. Known to the Aztecs as the Chanquistli, or the Marketplace, this tight-knit group of stars held immense significance. Its annual zenith, its highest point in the night sky, was an event watched with intense anticipation, as it was believed to be a moment when the veil between worlds grew thin. The seal around Tamontian was designed to synchronize with this and other cosmic cycles. The barriers of light and perception were at their most potent throughout the year, but during rare and precise celestial events, a total solar eclipse that blotted out the sun, or a specific alignment of Venus as the morning star, the vibrational frequency of the seal was believed to shift. For a fleeting window, the pathways to the celestial garden might momentarily flicker into existence. However, perceiving and traversing this path required more than just correct timing. It demanded a profound and painful key. This key was ritual bloodletting or auto-sacrifice. For the Aztecs, the gods had sacrificed themselves to create the sun, the moon, and humanity. The world operated on a principle of sacred debt, and the ultimate currency to repay this debt was the most precious substance in the universe, blood, which they called the precious water. It was believed that the energy released through ritual bloodletting, whether from a king piercing his tongue with a stingray spine or a priest drawing a cord threaded with thorns through his earlobe, created a specific, resonant energy. This self-inflicted offering sent a pulse of life force energy skyward, a signal of piety and sacrifice strong enough to harmonize with the cosmic frequencies guarding Tamontian. In a sense, the blood of a sincere supplicant acted as a temporary password, a spiritual light that could illuminate the hidden pathway during one of these rare astral openings. This created a system where access was not merely a matter of astronomical calculation, but one of spiritual worthiness, measured by one's willingness to offer a part of one's own life essence to commune with the divine. Our understanding of this sealed realm is vividly brought to life through the few surviving Aztec codices, such as the Borgia and the Vaticanus. These beautifully illustrated screenfold books depict Tamontian as a place of immense symbolic complexity. We see it represented as a great flowering tree rising from the body of the earth goddess, Tlaltecutli, its branches reaching into the heavens. Often, the flint knife used for bloodletting is shown nearby, directly linking the act of sacrifice to the sustenance of this celestial world. The tree is frequently split down the middle, a powerful visual metaphor for the rupture that led to its sealing, the fracture that separated the heavens from the earth, the divine from the mortal. These codices were not merely storybooks, they were ritual manuals and maps of the cosmos, providing the theological and symbolic coordinates for a realm that could no longer be physically visited. The entire myth of Tamonchon is deeply interwoven with the grand narrative of the five suns, the Aztec understanding of cosmic cycles of creation and destruction. We currently live in the fifth sun, the sun of movement, which will ultimately be destroyed by a great earthquake. Each previous world or sun had been annihilated by jaguars, wind, fire, and water, and each new one was born from the sacrifice of a god. Tamonchon exists as a kind of timeless green room in this cosmic drama. It is the backstage where the blueprints for each new world are drawn up and where the raw materials for humanity are kept. Its ceiling after the incident of the plucked flower can be seen as a necessary plot point in this ongoing cycle. It represents the moment the gods decided that the creative process needed to be protected from interference, that the workshop of existence had to be locked until the current experiment, the fifth sun, had reached its destined conclusion. This belief in cyclic time directly influenced the magnificent architecture of Mesoamerica. The great pyramids, like the Templo Maya in Tenochtitlan, were not just temples, they were symbolic mountains, axis mundi structures designed to replicate the cosmic tree of Tamonchon and pierce the veil between worlds. The precise orientation of cities like Teotihuacan, with its street of the dead aligned with the setting of the Pleiades, served as a massive stone and mortar antenna, an attempt to architecturally resonate with the very celestial cycles that governed the seals on their lost paradise. This brings us to a compelling modern question, one that bridges the world of ancient stargazers and our own powerful telescopes. How might contemporary astronomy inadvertently reveal the cosmic seals of Tamonchon? While we are not literally searching for a floating garden, our advanced understanding of the sky allows us to appreciate the profound accuracy of Aztec cosmological observations. We can now calculate with precision the cycles of Venus, the paths of eclipses, and the movements of the Pleiades that they tracked so diligently. In a way, our satellites and observatories are confirming the very celestial clockwork that the myth said controlled access to the realm. The unsealing of Tamonchon today would not be a physical journey, but an intellectual and spiritual revelation. It would involve fully comprehending the sophisticated world model of the Aztecs, a model that saw no separation between the movements of the planets and the fate of humanity. As we continue to map the cosmos with ever greater clarity, we are, in a sense, reading the user manual for the ancient locks that the gods of Mesoamerica placed upon their heaven, discovering that their myths were a complex language for describing a universe that was, to them, alive, conscious, and sealed by the very stars they revered. Our journey through the sealed realms now dives into the deep, cerulean waters of the East China Sea, to a mystery that lies in the shadow of Japan's westernmost island. Just off the coast of Yonaguni, beneath the surface where sunlight dances through the currents, rests a sprawling, enigmatic complex of stone that has ignited one of the most passionate debates in modern archaeology. Imagine descending through 80 feet of clear, warm water and encountering a colossal monument that defies easy explanation. You see a massive, tiered structure over 150 feet long and 80 feet tall, its faces appearing to be carved with sharp, 90-degree angles, wide terraces, and what look like staircases ascending into nowhere. There are pillar-like formations, a triangular entrance, and a broad, flat plaza that seems purposefully designed for gathering. To the untrained eye, it is unmistakably the work of intelligent hands, a sunken city, a Japanese Atlantis sleeping on the ocean floor. Yet the forces that sealed this realm were not the wrath of a sea god, but the immense grinding power of the earth itself. The Yonaguni Monument, as it is known, lies directly within the volatile Pacific Ring of Fire, a zone of intense tectonic activity. The dominant scientific theory suggests that this massive sandstone formation is a masterpiece of natural geology, shaped over thousands of years by powerful underwater currents and the seismic shocks of countless earthquakes that caused sections of the coastline to fracture and sink. However, local legends whisper a different, more mystical origin. They speak of a time when the land now submerged was home to an advanced culture, and that during a great cataclysm, ancient sages used earth magic, a profound understanding of the planet's ley lines and energetic nodes, to deliberately sink their city, using the earthquake's own destructive force as a tool for concealment. In this view, the tectonic shift was not a random disaster, but a deliberate act of sealing, a magical quarantine enacted to hide the city's advanced knowledge from a world descending into a darker age. The treasures believed to be guarded by this sunken complex are as compelling as its origins. If this was indeed a purposeful act of preservation, what was so valuable that it required being locked away beneath the waves? Proponents of the lost city theory argue that Yonaguni guards the secrets of a forgotten chapter in megalithic construction. The sheer scale and precision of the largest structures suggest a society that could manipulate massive stone blocks with an ease that rivals the builders of Sacsayhuaman in Peru or the pyramids of Giza. How did they quarry, transport, and position such immense sandstone formations? Furthermore, the site's location suggests a culture deeply intertwined with the ocean. They may have possessed revolutionary knowledge of marine agriculture, advanced forms of aquaculture, and sustainable sea farming that could feed a large population without depleting resources. This points to a society in perfect harmony with its environment, a wisdom we are only now desperately seeking to reclaim. The most tantalizing connection, however, lies in the legend of the lost continent of Mu, a Pacific counterpart to Atlantis. Some researchers speculate that Yonaguni was not an isolated city, but a surviving outpost of this greater Mu civilization, a mountainous part of the continent that remained above water as the rest sank. The sealing of Yonaguni, therefore, would have been a final act to protect the last remnants of Mu's cultural and technological legacy from being lost forever, or perhaps from being misappropriated by other, less advanced cultures, thus preventing a form of ancient cultural contamination. The mechanism of this aquatic seal is a multi-layered defense system forged by nature itself. The primary lock was the tectonic event that plunged the structure beneath the sea, an instantaneous and catastrophic change in its relationship with the world. But the sealing did not end there. The powerful currents of the area act as perpetual wardens, making sustained archaeological work difficult and dangerous, while also covering the structures in layers of sediment that both protect and obscure them. Over the millennia, a secondary biological barrier has formed. Vibrant coral reefs have encrusted the stone, their beautiful but relentless growth simultaneously preserving the structures from erosion and making it incredibly difficult to distinguish what is natural rock and what might be human-made carving. This living, growing crust is a perfect metaphor for the seal itself, a beautiful, natural phenomenon that actively hides the truth within. The site demands a form of underwater archaeology that is part excavation and part delicate surgery, requiring researchers to peel back nature's own protective layers without damaging the very secrets they seek to uncover. The leading voice championing the man-made theory is Professor Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus who has spent decades studying the site. After over 100 dives, Kimura points to specific features that he argues are undeniably artificial. He highlights what appears to be a ceremonial archway, a structure that seems too precise to be the result of random fracturing. He identifies what look like carved animal reliefs, including a formation that strongly resembles a human face, and a large, flat platform that could have served as a stage for rituals or gatherings. His most compelling argument lies in the geometry. The numerous right angles, parallel lines, and sharp, straight edges are statistically unlikely to occur in such concentration through natural erosion alone, especially on a rock like sandstone, which typically weathers in more rounded, irregular forms. Kimura's work has sparked intense debate, with mainstream geologists like Robert Schoch of Boston University countering that the monument is a spectacular example of natural sandstone weathering, known as sheet jointing and cross-cutting fractures, which can produce surprisingly geometric patterns. Schoch agrees the site is fascinating but attributes its form to the natural forces of the Ring of Fire, not to ancient architects. This scientific controversy is the modern battleground over the seal's very nature. Is it a geological coincidence or the physical evidence of a deliberate, ancient act of concealment? To understand the potential builders, we must look to the Jomon people, the prehistoric inhabitants of Japan who thrived for over 10,000 years. The Jomon period is renowned for its sophisticated pottery, complex spiritual beliefs, and large, settled communities. While they are not traditionally known for monumental stone architecture, their cultural achievements demonstrate a level of sophistication that makes the idea of a Jomon-era Yonaguni less far-fetched than it might seem. If the Jomon or a related culture did build this complex, it would force a complete reassessment of their technological capabilities. It would suggest they were master stonemasons and seafarers, capable of projects on a scale we never imagined. This connection places Yonaguni not as an alien anomaly, but as a potential missing link in the story of human civilization in the Pacific, a lost zenith of Jomon achievement that was sealed away by a changing climate and rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age. This theory transforms the monument from a mere curiosity into a poignant relic of a pre-flood world, a time when global sea levels were hundreds of feet lower and coastlines were vastly different, potentially hiding other such sites waiting to be discovered. Beyond the physical evidence, there is an undeniable energetic allure to the site that reinforces the idea of an active seal. Experienced divers and sensitive visitors to the monument often report strange and unsettling sensations. They speak of a profound, almost eerie silence that feels heavier than the usual quiet of the deep. Others describe a palpable feeling of being watched, or a sudden, inexplicable drop in temperature in the water around the structures. Some report malfunctions with their diving equipment gauges giving erratic readings or cameras failing only to function perfectly again upon ascending. While these anecdotes are dismissed by skeptics as the power of suggestion or simple technical issues, they contribute powerfully to the legend. If the site was sealed with intention, perhaps that intention left a residual psychic imprint, a kind of protective energy field that subtly discourages exploration and amplifies feelings of unease in those who are not meant to be there. These reports add a layer of mystical defense to the physical barriers of current and coral, suggesting the seal is not just a passive historical event, but a living, energetic presence. This brings us to the haunting question that hangs over every dive at Yonaguni. What profound truths lie dormant in those silent, submerged halls? If technology were to one day pierce the combined seals of water, current, coral, and perhaps even ancient magic, the revelations could be world-changing. We might uncover inscriptions or artifacts that finally prove the existence of a sophisticated, prehistoric Pacific civilization, rewriting the history books and connecting cultural dots across the ocean. We could find evidence of their marine agriculture that offers us solutions for sustainable food production. Or we might discover that the monument is indeed a completely natural formation, a testament to the incredible artistic power of geological forces, which is in its own way a humbling and profound truth. The mystery of Yonaguni is a powerful reminder that our planet still holds vast, unexplored chapters of its own story. It challenges our definitions of what is natural and what is artificial, and it dares us to consider that some of the greatest secrets of our past are not hidden in distant deserts or impenetrable jungles, but are waiting just below the waves, guarded by the relentless sea and the shifting bones of the earth. From the sunken stone of Yonaguni, we journey now into the heart of a living, breathing labyrinth, a realm where the trees themselves are the ancient sentinels and the very air hums with a magic older than recorded time. Deep in the region of Brittany in northwestern France lies the legendary forest of Brocéliande, a place so deeply woven into the fabric of Arthurian legend that its roots seem to tap directly into the wellspring of myth itself. Imagine a woodland of impossible density, where ancient oaks stand like weathered pillars in a cathedral of green, their gnarled branches knitting together a canopy that filters the sunlight into a perpetual, dappled twilight. Moss carpets the ground in thick, velvet layers, muffling all sound except for the whisper of leaves and the distant, enchanting song of an unseen bird. This is not merely a forest, it is a character in the grandest stories ever told, the home of the wizard Merlin, the refuge of the Lady of the Lake, and the stage for the quests of the Knights of the Round Table. But this enchanted realm is no longer a place one can simply walk into. In an age of satellites and superhighways, Brocéliande has withdrawn, sealed away by the most powerful and subtle of forces, the ancient geomantic spells of the Druids, woven into the very soil and soul of the woodland to protect its sacred wonders from the relentless march of the modern world. The architects of this arboreal quarantine were the Druids, the revered priests, judges, and law-keepers of the Celtic world. Their magic was not one of flashy incantations, but of deep, symbiotic connection with the natural world. They practiced geomancy, the art of reading and manipulating the Earth's subtle energy lines, the very ley lines that course through the planet like a spiritual nervous system. In Brocéliande, they performed a grand, collaborative ritual, binding their will to the consciousness of the forest itself. They awakened the tree spirits, the ancient entities slumbering within the heartwood of the oldest oaks, and enlisted them as eternal guardians. The ceiling was not the erection of a wall, but the creation of a sentient, shifting labyrinth. The pathways of Brocéliande are said to be alive, constantly rearranging themselves to lead the unworthy in endless, frustrating circles. A hiker with a detailed map and the latest GPS technology can find themselves turned around completely, their devices flickering with static as the forest itself rejects their electronic intrusion. This is a defense system that targets not the body, but the mind and spirit, using the disorienting power of the land to gently but firmly expel those who do not belong. So what priceless, living treasures required the creation of such an intelligent and persistent magical barrier? Brocéliande is the vault of Arthurian Britain's most potent artifacts and sites. At its heart lies the Val Sans Retour, the Valley of No Return, a place where the sorceress Morgan Le Fay trapped unfaithful knights in an enchanted prison, a landscape that physically manifests the consequences of broken vows. Here, too, one can find the Fountain of Barrington, often identified as the Fountain of Youth, whose bubbling waters were said to grant healing and provoke sudden, fierce storms when poured upon a specific stone slab. The forest guards the legendary tomb of Merlin, a simple granite slab in a hidden clearing, marking the place where the great wizard was eternally imprisoned by his own pupil, the Lady of the Lake, in a spell of living enchantment. Perhaps most compellingly, Brocéliande is home to the Perron de la Fée, a prophetic stone where oracles were once delivered. These are not static relics in a museum. They are active, energetic sites, their power preserved precisely because they are hidden within a forest that actively protects its own sanctity from the noise, pollution, and purely materialistic gaze of industrialization. This legendary forest finds its most widely accepted physical counterpart in the very real Paimpont Forest, a vast woodland in central Brittany that spans over 25 square miles. The identification of Paimpont with Brocéliande began in the 12th century, and has been embraced by locals and pilgrims ever more strongly as the modern world has advanced. Visitors to Paimpont can indeed find the Fountain of Barrington and the Val Sans Retour, and they can stand before the tomb of Merlin. Yet, the true magic of the place lies in the palpable feeling that the forest is watching, that the stories are not just tales of the past, but a living layer of reality just beneath the surface. The mists that frequently roll through the valleys of Paimpont do more than just add atmosphere. They are a tangible part of the seal, a natural phenomenon amplified by ancient magic to confound perception and create a boundary between the ordinary world and the enchanted one. This fusion of a real, tangible location with an enduring, powerful myth blurs the line between history and folklore, suggesting that the seal on Brocéliande is as much about preserving a state of mind as it is about hiding a physical place. The role of the enchantress Vivian, the Lady of the Lake, is crucial to understanding the nature of this seal. In the most famous story, it is Vivian who, using a spell of 9 layers that Merlin himself taught her, encases the great wizard in a tower of air or within a hawthorn bush, trapping him for eternity in a state of enchanted sleep. This act is often portrayed as a betrayal, but from another perspective, it is the ultimate act of sealing. Vivian, a being of pure nature magic, recognizes that Merlin's immense power, combined with his very human passions, is a volatile force that must be contained for the greater good of the delicate balance of the forest. Her magic is not one of brute force, but of subtle binding, of weaving spells into the fabric of reality itself. Her actions mirror the larger sealing of Brocéliande. It is a protection enacted by the native powers of the realm against a potentially disruptive external influence, even one as grand as Merlin. This story powerfully illustrates that the seals are not just to keep us out, but to keep certain powerful forces, even benevolent ones, in check, preserving a fragile equilibrium that has existed for millennia. The selective nature of this magical labyrinth is a theme echoed in countless local tales. Stories abound of knights errant who entered the forest with pure hearts and noble quests, only to become hopelessly lost until a white stag appeared, a luminous animal guardian sent by the fairy folk to guide them to their destination. Conversely, knights driven by greed or pride would wander for days, seeing the same gnarled tree and the same mossy stone, their supplies dwindling as the forest patiently waited for them to admit defeat. This principle of selective access is the core of the seal's design. It is not meant to be an impenetrable fortress, but a discerning filter. The labyrinth tests the spirit of the seeker. Are you here to take, to conquer, to prove something? If so, the paths will lead you in circles. Are you here to listen, to learn, to pay respect? Then you may, if you are fortunate, find the way opening before you as if by magic, guided by the unseen hand of the forest's ancient consciousness. This brings us to a profoundly modern and poignant question. In an era of growing ecological awareness and widespread efforts at reforestation and eco-restoration, could these well-intentioned actions inadvertently weaken the ancient Druidic seals? If the magic of Brocéliande is so deeply tied to the health and spirit of the trees, then healing the wounds humans have inflicted on nature could, in theory, strengthen the bond between the Druid's spells and the land, making the seal even more potent. However, another perspective suggests that as we learn to live in harmony with nature, as we begin to see forests not as resources to be managed but as living entities to be respected, we may fundamentally change our relationship with them. This shift in collective human consciousness could be the master key. The seals were erected to protect the forest from a specific kind of human, the exploitative, disconnected, and arrogant human. If we as a species can evolve beyond that archetype, the need for the seal might simply fade. The labyrinth might not disappear, but it might cease to be a barrier for those who approach with genuine reverence, transforming from a defensive wall into a welcoming gateway. The fate of Brocéliande's seal is thus intimately tied to our own. Its ancient magic waits, watching to see if humanity will rediscover the wisdom to walk gently in a world that is still and may always be enchanted. Now we turn our attention from the magical forests of Earth to a celestial body said to wander the vast darkness between worlds, a planet that exists in the contentious space between ancient myth and modern conspiracy. Imagine a world larger than Jupiter, following a path so elongated and slow that it takes 3,600 years to complete a single orbit around our Sun. This is Nibiru, the hypothetical rogue planet, often depicted as a dark, wandering giant with a fiery corona, home to an advanced race of beings known as the Anunnaki. According to the controversial interpretations of the late authors Acharya Sitchin, this is not merely a forgotten world, but a deliberately hidden one, sealed away by its own inhabitants using technology so advanced it borders on the magical. The sealing of Nibiru was an act of cosmic engineering, a decision made by the Anunnaki to synchronize their world's reappearance with specific, grand-scale planetary alignments. They are said to have employed gravitational tricks, bending the fabric of space-time around their planet to create a kind of perceptual cloak. This involved the manipulation of dark matter, the invisible substance that makes up most of the universe's mass, to act as a lens that refracts light and other electromagnetic signals away from prying eyes. The result is a world that is fundamentally undetectable to our current astronomical instruments for the vast majority of its immense orbital cycle, a ghost planet that only becomes tangible when it swings into the inner solar system, heralding periods of profound change and potential cataclysm for Earth. The treasures believed to be protected by this cosmic quarantine are nothing less than the secrets of our own origins and the tools of godlike power. Sitchin's translations of ancient Sumerian cuneiform tablets led him to propose a radical history of our solar system. He claimed that Nibiru, which he called the 12th planet, counting the Sun, Moon, and Pluto, was the home of the Anunnaki, a race of tall, technologically superior beings. When their planet's atmosphere began to deteriorate, they embarked on an interstellar mission to Earth which they called the 7th planet, in search of gold. The most staggering secret Nibiru is said to guard, therefore, is the true history of human creation. Sitchin proposed that the Anunnaki, needing a labor force to mine gold, genetically engineered Homo sapiens by splicing their own DNA with that of primitive hominids like Homo erectus. This would mean that the entirety of modern humanity is the product of an ancient, deliberate genetic experiment, and the records of this monumental event, along with the full knowledge of our engineered potential, are sealed away on that distant, wandering world. Furthermore, Nibiru is believed to hold the advanced methods for processing and utilizing gold, not merely as a precious metal, but as a technological component, perhaps for stabilizing planetary atmospheres or even facilitating interstellar travel. The sealing of this knowledge was a calculated move by the Anunnaki to prevent a fledgling humanity from accessing power that could allow us to challenge our creators or destroy ourselves before we were spiritually mature enough to handle such responsibility. The mechanism of this orbital seal is a concept that pushes the boundaries of theoretical physics. The idea hinges on Nibiru's incredibly long and elliptical orbit, which takes it far beyond the known outer planets into the frigid, distant realm of the Oort cloud. For most of this journey, it is so far from the Sun that it reflects virtually no light, making it nearly impossible to spot. But the true genius of the seal, according to the lore, is its synchronization with resonance. Orbital resonance is a real astronomical phenomenon where orbiting bodies exert a regular, periodic gravitational influence on each other, like the rhythmic dance between Neptune and Pluto. The Anunnaki are said to have engineered Nibiru's orbit to be in a precise, long-term resonance with the other planets, particularly the gas giants. This gravitational synchronization creates a kind of sweet spot in the fabric of space, a pocket where the planet can remain hidden, its gravitational signature effectively cancelled out or masked by the combined pull of the other large bodies in the solar system. It only breaks free from this resonant hiding place as it approaches the inner system, its gravitational influence suddenly making itself known by disrupting the orbits of comets in the Oort cloud and potentially causing gravitational upheaval on its way toward the Sun. This entire narrative is, of course, the subject of intense debate and is almost universally rejected by the scientific community. Mainstream astronomers point out that a planet of Nibiru's alleged size and orbit would have an unmistakable gravitational effect on the known planets, particularly the outer gas giants, and these perturbations are simply not observed. The precise trajectories of our space probes like Voyager and Pioneer have provided a detailed map of the solar system's mass, and there is no room for a hidden planet the size of Nibiru. Furthermore, Assyriologists and experts in ancient languages have thoroughly discredited Sitchin's translations of the cuneiform texts. They argue that he fundamentally misunderstood Sumerian grammar and cosmology, mistaking metaphoric and poetic descriptions of known planets like Jupiter for a literal 12th planet. The Sumerians were brilliant astronomers, but their celestial maps, when interpreted within their own cultural context, do not contain a hidden world called Nibiru. The Anunnaki, in actual Sumerian belief, were a group of deities, not extraterrestrial astronauts. The scientific perspective concludes that Nibiru is a modern myth, a compelling story woven from misinterpreted ancient texts and a misunderstanding of celestial mechanics. Despite its scientific implausibility, the legend of Nibiru has taken on a powerful life of its own, fueled by its deep connection to doomsday predictions and the allure of forbidden knowledge. The concept of the planet's cyclic return has become a potent symbol for apocalyptic fears. Every few years, a new theory emerges claiming that Nibiru is on its final approach, due to arrive imminently and cause pole shifts, massive earthquakes, and global flooding. These predictions tap into a deep-seated human anxiety about cosmic forces beyond our control and the potential for a sudden, world-altering event. The internet has served as a megaphone for these claims, with digitally altered images and conspiracy-laden videos purporting to show Nibiru hiding behind the sun or visible only through special filters. This phenomenon highlights a fascinating aspect of modern mythology. In an age of science, we still create narratives of gods and world-ending prophecies, simply dressing them in the language of astronomy and conspiracy. The fear of Nibiru's unsealing is at its heart a fear of the unknown and a dramatic representation of the potential consequences of confronting a power far greater than our own. So we are left with a compelling dichotomy. On one hand, we have a scientifically unsupported but narratively powerful myth of a hidden creator world, a vault of our own Genesis secrets sealed by orbital magic. On the other, we have the rigorous, evidence-based model of a solar system with no room for such a phantom planet. Yet the enduring question remains tantalizing. What if the approach of such a sealed world, whether literal or symbolic, triggered not destruction, but a new age of revelation? If Nibiru were real and its seals were to fall upon its return, the revelation of our engineered origins would force a fundamental rewriting of biology, history, and theology. It would challenge every belief system about human uniqueness and our place in the cosmos. The advanced technology it might bring could solve our energy and environmental crises overnight. This cosmic concealment, whether fact or profound fiction, ultimately speaks to a timeless human desire to know where we came from and to discover that we are not alone, that our story is part of a much grander, older, and more mysterious narrative written in the stars. After exploring realms sealed by celestial alignments and sonic vibrations, we now turn inward to a dimension that exists not in space, but in the very substance of consciousness itself. Imagine a library so vast it contains every thought, word, and deed that has ever occurred, every choice that was ever made, and every potential future that might yet unfold. This is the Akashic Records, a metaphysical archive that functions as the universe's ultimate memory bank, a living, energetic imprint of all existence. Unlike the stone and steel libraries of our world, this repository is written on a subtler medium, a theoretical substance called the Akasha, a Sanskrit term meaning ether or sky. It is a cosmic film, a fifth element upon which the story of every soul is indelibly recorded. Yet this infinite well of knowledge is not open for casual browsing. It has been deliberately and meticulously sealed, not by gods or cataclysms, but by the most personal and universal of forces, the law of karma. Ancient sages and enlightened masters, understanding the profound danger of unregulated access to such absolute truth, are said to have established vibrational locks upon the records. These are not physical barriers, but energetic filters intricately tied to the moral and spiritual development of each individual consciousness. The seal ensures that the power of omniscience cannot be accessed by a mind clouded by ego, greed, or malice, protecting both the seeker and the sanctity of cosmic law itself. To approach the Akashic Records is to undergo the most rigorous of spiritual background checks, where one's own life energy serves as the only key that can possibly fit the lock. The treasures guarded within this vibrational vault are the foundational blueprints of reality. The records are said to hold the complete history of every soul, its origins, its myriad journeys through countless lifetimes, and the intricate web of karmic debts and credits it has accrued along the way. It contains the unvarnished truth of all historical events, free from the bias of the victors or the distortion of time, offering a perspective that could resolve ancient mysteries and heal long-festering historical wounds. Beyond the personal and the historical, the Akasha guards the cosmic laws that govern existence, the fundamental principles of cause and effect, attraction, and spiritual evolution. This knowledge reveals the grand architecture of the universe, showing how consciousness shapes matter and how every action sends ripples through the fabric of reality. The sealing of this realm was an act of profound wisdom, a necessary safeguard for the spiritual education of humanity. If such power were readily available, a soul could bypass the essential lessons learned through experience and struggle. It would be like giving a student all the answers to the final exam before they have attended a single class. They might possess the information, but they would lack the wisdom and character that only the journey of learning can provide. The vibrational locks ensure that we must earn our understanding, that spiritual maturity is a prerequisite for accessing cosmic truth, thus preserving the integrity of the soul's evolutionary path. The mechanism of this karmic seal is as elegant as it is absolute. The primary barrier is an etheric field of energy that resonates at a specific high-frequency vibration. This field is not hostile or repulsive. It is simply imperceptible to a consciousness operating at a lower, denser frequency. Negative emotions like hatred, jealousy, or pride create a kind of static that scrambles any attempt to perceive the records. Fear acts as a perfect insulator, blocking the subtle signal entirely. To bypass this seal requires a state of being that is its own key, a mind rendered silent and receptive through deep meditation, and a heart purified of selfish intent. The process is not one of forceful entry, but of delicate attunement. A seeker must raise their own personal vibration through compassion, selflessness, and mental discipline until it harmonizes with the frequency of the Akasha itself. At that moment of resonance, the barrier ceases to be a wall and becomes a gateway. This is why the most common reports of access come from individuals in deep trance states, during profound near-death experiences, or in moments of selfless service where the ego is temporarily set aside and the higher self can tune in to this universal broadcast. One of the most famous individuals associated with accessing these sealed records was the American psychic Edgar Cayce. Known as the sleeping prophet, Cayce would enter a self-induced trance state and appear to tap directly into the Akashic library. From this state, he gave over 14,000 readings, providing incredibly detailed medical diagnoses for people he had never met, often prescribing complex remedies from substances that were unknown to mainstream science at the time. He would also speak with authority on the past lives of individuals, describing their involvement in ancient civilizations like Atlantis or Egypt, and explaining how those experiences were influencing their current health and life challenges. Cayce's work provides a compelling modern example of the seal's permeability. He was a deeply religious and humble man, and his ability to access such profound information seemed directly tied to his selfless desire to heal and help others. His life serves as a powerful case study that the key to the Akasha is not intellectual prowess but ethical purity and a sincere intention to be of service. The responsibility of guiding humanity toward this potential access has often been attributed to ascended masters, enlightened beings who have completed their cycle of earthly reincarnation but remain connected to our world to aid in its spiritual progress. A key figure in theosophical lore is the Count of Saint Germain, a mysterious adept said to be a guardian of the Akashic Records. He is portrayed as a timeless teacher who works from the higher planes of existence, helping to prepare human consciousness for the time when we might collectively access this knowledge without causing harm. The role of such masters is not to unseal the records for us, but to teach us how to forge our own keys through spiritual development. They represent the ideal state of being, a consciousness so aligned with cosmic law that it can navigate the Akasha with wisdom and responsibility, using the information not for personal power but for the upliftment of all. In a fascinating parallel, the concept of the Akashic Records finds a curious echo in the cutting-edge theories of quantum physics. The idea of a non-local, interconnected field that holds all information is reminiscent of the quantum field theory, which posits that all particles are excitations in an underlying field that permeates all of space and time. The holographic principle suggests that all the information describing a three-dimensional volume of space might be encoded on its two-dimensional boundary, a concept that metaphorically resonates with the idea of events being recorded on an ethereal film. While science is not proving the existence of the Akasha, these theoretical models create a bridge between ancient mystical concepts and modern scientific inquiry. They suggest that the universe might indeed function as a vast, interconnected information system, and that consciousness could play a fundamental role in interacting with that system. This doesn't validate the Akashic Records as a literal library, but it provides a conceptual framework that makes the idea less a matter of blind faith and more a fascinating hypothesis about the nature of a conscious universe. Throughout history, there have been countless anecdotal tales of mystics, artists, and inventors who seem to tap into a stream of knowledge beyond their ordinary understanding. The composer who hears a complete symphony in a dream, the scientist who solves a complex equation in a flash of insight, the poet who channels verses that feel given rather than created. These moments of inspired genius could be interpreted as fleeting, unconscious brushes with the Akashic Records. The seals in these instances are not broken, but they become momentarily transparent for a consciousness that is fully absorbed in a creative or intellectual pursuit, allowing a fragment of the universal knowledge to seep through. These experiences highlight the dual nature of the seal as both a protector and a potential gateway, its permeability directly proportional to the seeker's alignment with a purpose greater than themselves. This leads to the most profound and world-altering question one could possibly ask about this sealed realm. What would be the consequence for humanity if the Akashic Records were to be fully unsealed? If every person could access the complete truth of past, present, and future? The potential benefits are almost unimaginable. All disease could be cured as we would understand its ultimate karmic and energetic roots. History would be resolved, with long-standing conflicts ending as the true, unbiased story of every event was revealed to all. Science and technology would leap forward by millennia as we access the blueprints for free energy, anti-gravity, and harmonious ecological systems. Justice would be absolute, as every action and its true motivation would be instantly apparent. It would represent the end of ignorance and the dawn of a true golden age. Yet the risks are equally terrifying. Without a corresponding elevation in collective wisdom, such total knowledge could be devastating. Imagine the chaos if every secret thought, every hidden shame, and every unacknowledged motivation of every person were suddenly exposed. The social and psychological structures that hold our world together could shatter overnight. The power to see the future could lead to fatalism or tyrannical control. The unsealing of the Akashic Records would be the ultimate test for our species, forcing us to confront the absolute truth of who we are and what we have done. It would be a moment of rapture or ruin, a choice between transcendent enlightenment or collective insanity. Perhaps the ancient sages were right to place these vibrational locks upon the universe's greatest library. They understood that the journey toward truth is what forges the wisdom needed to handle it, and that some doors should only open when we have finally grown wise enough to cross their threshold without destroying ourselves in the process. Descending now from the celestial libraries of the Akashic Records, we plunge into the searing, primordial heat of the Earth's core, to a kingdom forged in darkness and fire. Imagine a labyrinth of caverns so deep and vast they form a world of their own, illuminated not by sun or moon, but by the hellish glow of countless forges and rivers of molten rock. The air rings with the relentless, rhythmic clang of hammers on anvils, and the shadows are filled with the stoic, powerful forms of the most masterful smiths in all of mythology. This is Svartalfheim, the subterranean realm of the dwarves in Norse cosmology, a domain of unparalleled craftsmanship and immense hoarded wealth. Yet this underworld is not a place one can simply stumble upon. In response to the constant threats from the greedy gods of Asgard above and the destructive giants from neighboring realms, the dwarves took a momentous decision. They sealed themselves in. Using a profound fusion of runic magic and the raw, geothermal power of the planet itself, they enacted a permanent, self-imposed quarantine, transforming their entire kingdom into an impenetrable fortress to protect their legendary forges and the world-changing treasures they produced. The sealing of Svartalfheim was the ultimate declaration of independence, a brilliant and defiant act by a people determined to control their own destiny and safeguard their sacred art from those who would only exploit it. The methods these master artisans used to lock their world away were as ingenious as they were terrifying, a perfect marriage of their craft and their magic. The primary tools were the runes themselves, ancient symbols of power that could alter reality when properly carved and imbued with intent. The dwarves, being supreme rune masters, inscribed these potent sigils into the very bedrock at the entrances to their realm. These runes did not merely block passage, they actively reshaped the environment. They could create vast, illusory caverns, perfect mirages that would lead intruders on endless, futile journeys through identical tunnels of stone until they died of thirst or madness. For those who penetrated the illusions, the next layer of defense was brutally direct. The dwarves learned to tap into the planet's own volcanic arteries, engineering massive lava moats that could be summoned to flood entire corridors, incinerating any who dared to cross. They built colossal, enchanted stone doors that were indistinguishable from the mountain walls around them. doors that would only open for those who knew the specific, melodic tap of a hammer or the whisper of a secret dwarven phrase. This was not a passive barrier, it was an intelligent, reactive security system designed by the greatest engineering minds in the 9 worlds to be as unbreachable as the dwarves themselves were stubborn. So what unimaginable creations were so valuable that they necessitated such an extreme and permanent lockdown? The treasures guarded within Svartalfheim's fiery vaults were the very instruments of power that defined the Norse cosmos. This is where the legendary dwarf brothers Brokkr and Sindri forged Thor's mighty hammer Mjolnir, a weapon so potent it could level mountains and always return to its master's hand. Here too, they crafted Odin's magical ring Draupnir, which dripped 8 new rings of equal value every 9th night, an infinite source of wealth and influence. The realm was also the birthplace of Freya's enchanted ship, Skidbladnir, which could be folded up to fit in a pocket yet carry all the gods across the seas, and Sif's golden hair, woven from living metal to replace what Loki had cruelly sheared. But beyond these famous artifacts, Svartalfheim guarded something even more precious: the dwarves' unique and sacred knowledge of metallurgy and magic. They understood the secret songs that could soften iron, the runes that could imbue a blade with unbreakable strength, and the processes for creating alloys unknown to any other race. This knowledge was their sovereignty. To allow the gods or giants unfettered access would have reduced the dwarves to mere servants, forever toiling in their forges for the benefit of more powerful beings. The seal was their declaration that their art was their own, and that their independence was worth any price, even eternal isolation in the dark. Our most detailed window into this sealed realm comes from the Prose Edda, the medieval text written by Snorri Sturluson, which meticulously catalogues the dwarves and their creations. The text doesn't just list their wonders, it paints a picture of a deeply insular and secretive society, fiercely protective of its boundaries and its status. The dwarves are depicted as beings of immense skill but also of a certain moral ambiguity. They are not inherently evil, but they are pragmatic, proud, and quick to anger when crossed. Their sealed kingdom reflects this character. It is a place of both breathtaking creativity and fearsome danger, where hospitality is rare and trespassing is a capital offense. The very architecture of Svartalfheim, as described in the myths, is a defense mechanism. Its tunnels are narrow, forcing invaders into single file, while its great halls are built around forges that can double as weapons. The realm itself is a masterpiece of defensive design, a testament to a culture that valued its secrets and its safety above all else. No figure tested the integrity of these dwarven seals more than the trickster god, Loki. His chaotic nature made him the perfect agent for probing weaknesses and exploiting cracks in the most formidable defenses. In one famous story, Loki cuts off the goddess Sif's beautiful hair as a prank. To avoid Thor's wrath, he is forced to journey to Svartalfheim to get a replacement. This quest alone shows that the seals were permeable to those with a compelling reason, or, in Loki's case, a desperate need and a silver tongue. He successfully commissions the dwarf sons of Ivaldi to craft the new golden hair. But ever the provocateur, Loki then goads the dwarf brothers Brokkr and Sindri into a wager, betting his own head that they cannot create 3 treasures as fine as those the sons of Ivaldi had made. This wager forces the dwarves to unveil the absolute pinnacle of their craft, resulting in the creation of Mjolnir, Draupnir, and Freya's golden boon. Loki's interference, while ultimately leading to the gods' gain, highlights a critical vulnerability in the seal. It could be bypassed by cunning, persuasion, or the dwarves' own pride. The seals were physical and magical marvels, but they could not completely defend against a threat that came in the form of a flattering tongue and a clever scheme. The profound danger of breaching these sealed domains is chillingly illustrated by the tragic story of the dwarf Andvari and his cursed gold. Anvari lived in a waterfall, his form often that of a pike, guarding a massive hoard of treasure, including a magical ring that could amplify wealth. When the gods needed to pay a blood debt to a family they had wronged, Loki was sent to fetch the gold. He captured Anvari and stole his entire hoard, including the ring. The desperate dwarf laid a terrible curse upon his ring, proclaiming that it would destroy anyone who possessed it. This cursed treasure then passed from hand to hand, ultimately triggering a bloody cycle of murder, betrayal, and downfall that forms the core of the Volsunga saga and the German Nibelungenlied. The story of Anvari's gold is a powerful object lesson. It demonstrates that the treasures sealed within Svartalfheim and its surrounding domains were not merely passive objects. They were often charged with immense power, both creative and destructive, and wresting them from their rightful, skilled guardians could unleash consequences that rippled across the world, dooming generations. The seal was not just for the dwarves' protection. It was, in a very real sense, a protection for the rest of the cosmos from the volatile power of their unmatched artistry. The legacy of this fiery, sealed underworld echoes powerfully into our modern era, most visibly in the works of J.R.R. Tolkien. A renowned scholar of Norse mythology, Tolkien was deeply inspired by Svartalfheim when he created the dwarven kingdom of Moria in his Legendarium. Like its mythological predecessor, Moria is a vast, subterranean realm of immense halls, deep mines, and legendary forges. It was a place of great wealth and power, sealed by a massive, enchanted stone door, the Doors of Durin, that would only open when the correct riddle was spoken. And just as in the Norse myths, this seal eventually failed. The dwarves, in their relentless mining, delved too deep and too greedily, awakening a Balrog, a demon of the ancient world. This catastrophic breach led to the kingdom's abandonment and downfall, a direct narrative parallel to the dangers inherent in breaching the sealed realms of myth. Tolkien understood the core themes of the Svartalfheim stories, the pride of creation, the perils of greed, and the fragile nature of even the most formidable barriers. This leaves us with a tantalizing, speculative question that has captivated imaginations for centuries. If the sealed forges of Svartalfheim were one day rediscovered, what other artifacts might lie hidden in those smoldering depths waiting in the dark? Beyond the weapons and jewels we know from the sagas, what else might the dwarves have crafted in their centuries of isolation? Perhaps there are devices that could manipulate time itself, or lenses that could see into the hearts of men, or even constructs of living metal that could serve as perfect guardians. The potential for such discoveries speaks to the enduring power of the dwarf archetype, the master craftsman working in secret, whose creations can literally shape the fate of the world. The fiery seal on Svartalfheim ensures that these wonders remain in the realm of legend, reminding us that some forms of power are too great to be left unguarded, and that true mastery often prefers to remain hidden, its brilliance glowing in the eternal dark, far from the envious eyes of gods and mortals alike. Deep within the sunken ruins of the legendary empire, beyond the broken pillars and silt-choked plazas, there exists a final, luminous secret, the heart of Atlantis itself. Imagine a central temple not built from stone, but grown from a single, colossal crystal, a structure that pulsed with a soft, internal light, humming with an energy that powered the entire civilization. This was the Crystal Palace, the inner sanctum and ultimate achievement of the Atlanteans, a place where science and spirituality fused into one radiant whole. But when the cataclysm came, the city's greatest minds did not try to save the whole empire. Their final, desperate act was to save this one vital core. As the ocean thundered down upon their world, the highest priests and priestesses gathered within the palace and performed a ritual of ultimate preservation. They channeled the failing energy grid of the continent through the central crystal, not to fight the inevitable, but to enact a permanent quarantine. Using their profound understanding of light refraction and the principles of harmonic convergence, they transformed the palace's own energy into a prismatic shield, a shimmering, multifaceted barrier of solidified light that encased the entire structure in an impenetrable crystalline cocoon. This was not a shield meant to be broken. It was a seal of pure information, a lock woven from the very fabric of physics, designed to make the palace fundamentally intangible and invisible to the world that had proven itself unworthy of its power. What could possibly be so valuable, so dangerously magnificent, that it required being encased in a tomb of living light? The treasures guarded within this prismatic vault were the foundational pillars upon which Atlantis itself was built. At its center thrummed the city's central power source, a reactor that tapped directly into the planet's telluric energy lines, providing clean, limitless power that illuminated cities, propelled vehicles, and healed the sick. This was not a technology of combustion or fission, but of resonance, a harmonic alignment with the Earth's own heartbeat. Beyond this, the palace housed the Hall of Records, vast chambers lined with crystalline data storage devices that held the true, unedited history of human origins. These records allegedly detailed our planet's cosmic ancestry, the arrival and influence of other star-faring civilizations, and the true potential of human consciousness. Most staggering of all, the palace contained communication devices, enormous, tuned crystals, that allowed the Atlantean elders to converse with extraterrestrial beings, not as gods, but as teachers and colleagues from other worlds. The sealing of this sanctum was a direct response to the societal decay that doomed Atlantis. The priests knew that if this knowledge and power fell into the hands of the corrupt military or the greedy merchant class that had risen to prominence, it would lead to apocalyptic misuse. A tyrant with the central power source could dominate the globe. A fool with the communication array could invite untold dangers. The prismatic shield was therefore an act of cosmic responsibility, hiding the keys to the universe until a future humanity could evolve beyond the hubris that had shattered its greatest achievement. The mechanism of this luminous lock is as elegant as it is complex, a perfect fusion of Atlantean geomancy and advanced optics. The seal operates on the principle of synchronized resonance. The Atlantean priests are said to have aligned the primary crystal of the palace with specific planetary grids, the invisible network of energetic ley lines that crisscross the Earth. This alignment anchors the seal to the planet's own rotational and magnetic frequencies, giving it a stability that has lasted for millennia. However, this alignment is not static. It is dynamic, synchronized with the solar cycle. The prismatic shield is at its most potent and impenetrable for most of the year, but during specific, rare solar events, such as a total solar eclipse or an equinox when the sun aligns perfectly with the submerged city's ancient ley lines, the barrier undergoes a subtle shift. For a few fleeting moments, the shield's refractive index changes, and the Crystal Palace is said to become partially visible, a ghostly, shimmering outline on the ocean floor, detectable only by those who know exactly where and when to look. This is not a design flaw, but a feature, a built-in check, a cosmic window that allows for the possibility of future access, but only when the heavens themselves grant permission. This legendary inner sanctum finds a tantalizing, if controversial, echo in the modern world through the mystery of the Bimini Road. Just off the coast of Bimini in the Bahamas, a submerged formation of massive, rectangular limestone blocks stretches for over half a mile, arranged in a perfect, though now fragmented, geometric path. While mainstream geology attributes it to natural bedrock fracture, its uncanny resemblance to a sunken causeway or a ruined wall has led many to propose it as a physical remnant of Atlantis. Some researchers, like the mystic Edgar Cayce, who famously predicted the re-emergence of Atlantean records near Bimini, suggested that the road was not a main thoroughfare, but a kind of outer marker or energy conduit connected to a much larger, still hidden structure, perhaps even a perimeter wall for the region containing the sealed Crystal Palace itself. The theory posits that the Bimini Road is a piece of the grand architectural puzzle, a clue left on the ocean floor pointing toward the greater, still invisible wonder that lies further out in the deep Atlantic abyss, protected by its prismatic shield. The very substance of the palace points to a lost technological paradigm. The Atlanteans' mastery of crystal, particularly quartz, was the cornerstone of their society. We are only beginning to rediscover the piezoelectric properties of quartz, its ability to convert mechanical pressure into electrical energy, and vice versa. The Atlanteans, according to these legends, had perfected this science. They used massive quartz crystals to store vast amounts of information, much like a modern hard drive uses silicon, but with far greater density and longevity. They used arrays of tuned crystals to focus and amplify energy for healing, for propulsion, and for communication. The Crystal Palace was the ultimate expression of this technology, a single, harmonized structure where every facet and angle was calculated to interact with cosmic and terrestrial energies. The prismatic seal itself is the highest application of this knowledge, a permanent, standing wave of light and information, sustained by the innate properties of the crystal it protects. Modern experiments in crystal computing and quantum storage hint at the potential the Atlanteans might have fully realized, suggesting that their legendary science was not mere magic, but a sophisticated physics we are only now starting to comprehend. The enduring hope that this sealed realm might one day be accessible is kept alive not by archaeologists, but by psychics and intuitives. For over a century, individuals claiming to have accessed the Akashic Records or to have had visions of Atlantis have consistently described the Crystal Palace not as a dead ruin, but as a dormant, living entity. They report seeing it in a state of perfect preservation, its internal light still glowing, its records intact, and its central power source humming in a low-energy stand-by mode, all watched over by the projected consciousnesses of the ancient priests who sealed it. These visions often carry a common thread. The palace is waiting. It is awaiting a specific, destined time when human consciousness will have collectively reached a certain frequency of peace and understanding. At that moment, the visions suggest the prismatic shield will not be broken by force, but will simply dissolve, having fulfilled its purpose of guarding the treasure until the treasure could no longer be misused. This transforms the seal from a simple barrier into a kind of spiritual alarm clock, set to go off not at a specific date, but at a specific level of human enlightenment. This leads to a fascinating and very modern question. As we develop our own advanced crystal technologies in lasers, in quantum computing, in energy storage, could we be inadvertently creating tools that might one day interact with these ancient seals? If the Atlantean barrier is indeed a complex structure of resonating light and information, then a sufficiently advanced and precisely tuned laser or harmonic generator might be able to communicate with it, or even temporarily create a resonance that would allow for passage. The danger, of course, is that any attempt to force an entry with crude technology would likely be met with a powerful defensive response, or could permanently damage the delicate systems within. The true key, as the psychic readings suggest, may not be a technological one at all, but a vibrational one. The unsealing of the Crystal Palace may require us to first learn the language of harmony and resonance that the Atlanteans themselves had mastered, a language spoken not with words, but with the unified intent of a peaceful and curious civilization. The palace's luminous protection stands as the ultimate test, challenging us to grow not just in technical prowess, but in wisdom, offering a glimpse of a lost harmony that we must first find within ourselves before we can ever hope to reclaim it from the deep. After the fiery, subterranean forges of the dwarves and the shimmering crystal heart of Atlantis, we arrive at our final sealed realm, a place where the very ground beneath your feet holds the key to its own mystery. Picture the vast, sun-scorched expanse of the Gobi Desert, a landscape of rolling dunes and relentless silence stretching to the horizon. Now, imagine that this silence is an illusion. In a hidden basin, sheltered from the worst of the winds, lies an oasis that does not reveal itself to the eye but to the ear. Here, the sands themselves are alive with sound. As the wind sweeps across the crests of the dunes, it does not just whisper, it sings. A low, resonant hum builds into a chorus of melodic tones, sometimes resembling a distant monastic chant, other times the deep, vibrating note of a cello string. This is no natural oddity, but a deliberate, ancient enchantment. Folklore from the Silk Road tells that this hidden sanctuary was sealed by enlightened Buddhist monks who, facing the approach of invading armies or the corrupting influence of the material world, performed a final, grand ritual. They did not build walls of mud brick. Instead, they used their profound knowledge of sacred mantras, chanting with such unified focus and purity that they imprinted the very vibrational pattern of their prayers onto the quartz crystals within the sand grain. They turned the entire dune system into a massive, self-playing instrument, creating a perpetual sonic fence that protects the oasis not by blocking the way, but by confusing it. The enchanting melody acts as a psychological barrier, a siren song that leads the unworthy in circles, their minds so captivated and disoriented by the beautiful, unearthly music that they walk right past the hidden entrance without ever seeing it, their perception completely commandeered by the seal. The treasures guarded by this sonic labyrinth were not gold or jewels, but resources for the soul, carefully preserved for a future age when humanity might be ready to embrace a higher peace. This secret oasis was said to be a repository for rare and powerful medicinal herbs, plants cultivated by the monks that possessed healing properties far beyond ordinary medicine, capable of curing both physical ailments and spiritual afflictions. More importantly, it housed a library of sacred sutras containing the most profound and direct teachings on enlightenment, texts that offered a clear and rapid path to liberation from suffering. Perhaps most intriguingly, legends suggest this oasis also held maps not to earthly riches, but to the other sealed realms we have explored. These would be charts of energetic ley lines, astrological alignments, and spiritual doorways leading to places like Shambhala, Shangri-La, and the Akashic Records. The monks, in their wisdom, understood that these realms were interconnected, and they preserved the knowledge of how to access them as a single, unified system of planetary sanctuaries. The sealing of the Singing Sands was therefore an act of long-term custodianship. The monks were not hiding these treasures out of selfishness, but to prevent them from being plundered, monetized, or weaponized in an age of conflict and greed. They were safeguarding a complete toolkit for global spiritual recovery, ensuring it would remain intact and potent for a time when the world's collective consciousness had evolved enough to seek it out for the right reasons. The mechanism of this seal is a breathtaking example of using nature's own forces to enforce a magical decree. The enchantment laid upon the sands is not a static spell. It is a dynamic system that works in concert with the desert environment. The primary force is the wind itself. The monks chose a specific geological formation where the wind patterns would naturally amplify the sonic phenomenon they had created. As the wind funnels through the specific valleys and over the precise contours of the enchanted dunes, it acts like a bow drawn across the strings of a violin, setting the sands into a synchronized vibration. The size of the sand grains, the humidity in the air, and the steepness of the dune faces all become variables in a grand, natural instrument. The resulting melody is not random noise, it is a complex harmonic code. For a seeker with a pure heart and a quiet mind, the music can act as a guide. By listening deeply and meditatively, they might discern a pattern, a rhythmic key that reveals the correct path through the sonic maze. However, for someone driven by greed or desperation, the same melody becomes an inescapable trap. It plays upon their impatience and desire, creating auditory illusions. The sound of flowing water just over the next dune, or the voices of loved ones calling from an empty valley, that pull them deeper into disorientation and exhaustion. The seal brilliantly uses the seeker's own inner state as the final lock. This captivating myth finds a fascinating anchor in our real world through the phenomenon of singing sand dunes, which scientists call booming sands. One of the most famous examples is found at the Mingsha Shan, or Echoing Sand Mountain, near the oasis city of Dunhuang in China, a key stop on the ancient Silk Road. Here, when the dry sand is disturbed by the wind or by someone sliding down the dune face, it produces a loud, deep, rumbling sound that can be heard for miles. Geologists explain this as a natural acoustic phenomenon caused by the uniform size and spherical shape of the sand grains, which, when they shear against one another in a synchronized avalanche, create a coherent sound wave. While science provides this physical explanation, it was the ancient travelers and local inhabitants who imbued the sound with spiritual meaning. The real booming sands of Dunhuang provided the perfect raw material for the legend of the sealed oasis to grow. For the weary merchants and pilgrims trudging along the Silk Road, hearing such an unearthly sound emanating from a desolate dune would have been a mystical, awe-inspiring experience, easily interpreted as the work of powerful spirits or hidden sages. The natural wonder became the seed from which the richer, more elaborate myth of a deliberately enchanted sanctuary blossomed. The role of Silk Road mythology in shaping this legend cannot be overstated. The Silk Road was not just a trade route for silk and spices, it was a superhighway for stories, religions, and ideas. Caravansaries buzzed with tales of jinn in the deserts, hidden Christian kingdoms, and Buddhist paradises. In this fertile ground, stories of the singing sands evolved into cautionary tales and aspirational quests. There are countless folk tales of entire caravans, lured by the beautiful, haunting music, diverting from their established route to find the source, spending their last reserves of water and strength chasing a melody that always seemed just out of reach, only to find a barren landscape of sand and the mocking whisper of the wind. These stories served a practical purpose. They discouraged inexperienced travelers from straying into the treacherous, unmapped parts of the desert. But on a deeper level, they encoded a spiritual lesson about the nature of illusion, or Maya. The tales emphasize that the seals around sacred spaces are often illusory, not because the spaces aren't real, but because our perception is clouded by our own desires. The caravan that seeks a legendary oasis to plunder its gold will always find emptiness. The one that seeks it as a place of rest and reflection might just stumble upon its shaded groves and cool springs. Ultimately, the legend of the singing sands of the Gobi represents the desert's most profound spiritual secret, that in the midst of apparent emptiness, there is immense hidden abundance, and in the heart of silence, there is a song waiting to be heard. The desert has always been a place of initiation and revelation for monks, mystics, and prophets. Its harsh, stripped-down environment forces a confrontation with the self. The sonic seal of the oasis is a metaphor for this entire process. The disorienting music represents the distractions and attachments of the ego that must be quieted before one can perceive the truth. The medicinal herbs symbolize the healing that comes from this inner quiet. The sutras represent the wisdom revealed, and the maps to other realms signify the expanded consciousness that follows. The question posed by the legend is not merely, where is this place, but what would it take for us to hear its wisdom? It suggests that the key to unlocking this and all the other sealed realms we have explored is not a matter of better technology or more determined exploration, but of refined perception. It requires us to learn a different way of listening, not with the eager, grasping mind of a treasure hunter, but with the patient, open heart of a student, ready to receive the subtle melodies of a world that is far more magical and interconnected than we often dare to believe. Having journeyed through 25 extraordinary realms sealed away from our world, a fascinating tapestry of patterns begins to emerge from the collective human imagination. It is as if cultures separated by vast oceans and millennia were all humming a similar, haunting tune about the nature of power, consequence, and sanctuary. The methods used to lock away these domains are not random. They fall into distinct, powerful categories that reveal a deep, shared understanding of how the universe might enforce its laws. We see the raw, cataclysmic fury of nature in the sinking of Atlantis and Lemuria, where water and fire become the ultimate arbiters of justice. We witness the deliberate decree of higher powers in the exiling from Eden and the sealing of Duat, where divine will acts as an impassible judge. There are the intricate, sentient barriers of magic and consciousness, from the mists of Avalon to the sonic dome of Shambhala, which test the spirit rather than the body. And finally, we observe the grand, impersonal mechanics of the cosmos itself, locking away realms like Hyperborea and Tamontian behind celestial alignments and the turning of great stellar wheels. These are not just varied plot devices, they are a universal lexicon of quarantine, a set of fundamental tools that the human psyche has consistently reached for to explain why some places and powers must remain beyond our grasp. At the heart of nearly every one of these seals lies a profound ethical lesson, a narrative thread connecting the fate of a realm directly to the moral state of its inhabitants or seekers. The most common and cautionary pattern is the seal born from hubris. The stories of Atlantis and Iram of the Pillars are two sides of the same coin, warning that technological marvels and architectural splendor are meaningless without humility and virtue. The Atlanteans with their crystal power and advanced science, and the Ad with their towering pillars and immense strength, both believed their achievements made them masters of their destiny, answerable to no higher authority. Their sealing was a cosmic correction, a forceful reminder that civilization without wisdom is a ticking clock. Conversely, we have realms sealed not as punishment, but as preservation for the worthy. Avalon and Shambhala are not lost due to sin. They are hidden as sanctuaries, their access governed by purity of heart and purpose. They represent a different kind of ethical seal, one that is selective rather than punitive. These domains await a time of great need or a seeker of impeccable intent, suggesting that some treasures are not meant to be won by force, but earned through spiritual development. This duality reveals a nuanced human philosophy. The universe actively punishes arrogance, but it also patiently preserves perfection for those who prove themselves ready. The very elements of nature, water, earth, fire, and air recur as the primary instruments of these cosmic seals, highlighting a universal reverence for the primordial power of our world. Water is the most common warden, acting as a perfect, fluid tomb for Atlantis, Ys, and Yonaguni. Its crushing depths, relentless currents, and impenetrable darkness create a barrier that is both physical and symbolic, representing the unconscious and the unknown. Earth manifests as the shifting sands that consumed Iram, the dense, labyrinthine forest of Brocéliande, and the glacial ice that encases Thule. It is the element of patience and permanence, a slow, grinding force that can erase a city as easily as a footprint. Fire appears as the flaming sword of Eden and the volcanic forges that sealed Svartalfheim, representing purification, judgment, and untamable energy. Air, the most subtle of the four, weaves the mists around Avalon and Shangri-La and creates the singing sonic fence in the Gobi, a barrier that targets the mind and perception itself. This elemental consistency across cultures points to a time when humanity saw itself as an integral part of the natural world, subject to its immense power and recognizing its forces as the most logical agents for divine or cosmic will. We didn't imagine gods sealing realms with abstract magic alone. We imagined them using the very fabric of the world we all share. Beyond the elements, these sealed realms are almost universally patrolled by dedicated guardians, entities whose sole purpose is to enforce the boundary between the known and the forbidden. These guardians come in many forms, each reflecting the nature of the seal they uphold. There are the divine sentinels, like the cherubim with their flaming sword at the gates of Eden, beings of pure purpose and terrifying aspect. There are the mythical beasts such as Ammit the Devourer in the Egyptian Duat, a creature designed as the ultimate deterrent for a sinful heart. We find intelligent species enlisted as wardens, like the cats of Ulthar who police the dreamlands with an otherworldly vigilance. And then there are the spiritual or energetic guardians, the disorienting mantric vibrations of Shambhala, the psychic resistance of the dreamlands, or the ancestral consciousness said to watch over the crystal palace of Atlantis. The presence of these guardians transforms the seal from a passive barrier into an active, intelligent defense system. They ensure that the lock on the door is not just a mechanical puzzle, but a test of worthiness, morality, or faith. A seal might be bypassed by cleverness, but a guardian demands a deeper rite of passage. Furthermore, the maintenance of these seals often involves complex rituals and a symbiotic relationship with cosmic cycles, suggesting that a quarantine is not a one-time event, but an ongoing process. The ancient Egyptians believed the spells in the Book of the Dead and the opening of the mouth ceremony were essential ritual keys for the soul to navigate the seals of the Duat. The legend of Shambhala is clear that its sonic barrier is sustained by the continuous chanting of its inhabitants and aligned with the Kala Chakra, the wheel of time. The access to Tamonchun was tied to specific planetary alignments and required the ritual bloodletting of priests to create a resonant key. This introduces a fascinating dimension to the mythology. The seals are dynamic. They have rhythms and vulnerabilities. They require energy, whether spiritual, magical, or celestial, to remain potent. This concept mirrors our own understanding of complex systems. Nothing is truly static. A barrier, whether a wall or a spell, requires maintenance and is subject to the laws of the universe it exists within. The idea that these seals can weaken during times of collective human turmoil, as seen with the dreamlands, or open during precise astrological events, implies a living, breathing connection between our world and the hidden ones, a connection that pulses in time with the heartbeat of the cosmos. When we place these ancient stories side by side, profound parallels emerge that transcend their individual cultural origins. Consider the striking similarity between the judgment of the soul in the Egyptian Duat and the selectivity of the Greek Elysian Fields. In both, a post-mortem moral assessment determines one's access to a blessed realm. The Egyptian soul is weighed against the feather of Maat, while the Greek soul is judged by Rhadamanthus for a life of virtue and heroism. Both systems feature a terrifying consequence for failure, annihilation by Ammit, or eternal exclusion from paradise. This is not a coincidence. It is a shared human articulation of a deep-seated belief in cosmic justice, the idea that how we live our lives has ultimate consequences that extend beyond our physical death. Similarly, the theme of a hidden, utopian kingdom awaiting a future golden age is found in the Tibetan Shambhala and the Arthurian Avalon. Both are sanctuaries preserving wisdom and a sacred leader, the future Buddha, and the once and future king to be revealed in a time of great darkness. These recurring motifs point to universal human hopes and anxieties, a longing for justice, a fear of mortality, and a resilient hope for a savior or a saved state to which we can return. So, what do these intricate, recurring patterns ultimately reveal about us? They are a mirror held up to humanity's collective psyche, reflecting our most ancient fears and our highest aspirations. The fear of divine retribution for our arrogance is woven into the sinking of continents. The anxiety about what awaits us after death is codified in the elaborate judgments of the Underworld. Our deep-seated reverence for the untamable power of nature is honored in the elemental seals, and our most hopeful aspiration that a state of perfection, peace, and wisdom still exists somewhere, preserved for a better version of ourselves or for a better time, is lovingly preserved in the legends of hidden paradises. These myths are a form of ancient psychology. They are stories we told ourselves to explain the boundaries of our world, to enforce social and ethical codes, and to manage the terrifying vastness of the unknown. They allowed us to give shape to our fears of punishment and form to our hopes for redemption. The consistent patterns show that these are not just local superstitions, but fundamental archetypes of the human experience. We are, as a species, storytellers, and the story of the sealed realm is one of our oldest and most enduring tales, a narrative about the limits of human power and the timeless quest for what lies just beyond our reach. Imagine for a moment that the seals we've explored were not permanent, but conditional, that the ancient forces who placed them anticipated a time when humanity might finally be ready to face what lies beyond. What if that time is now? The sudden, simultaneous unsealing of these 25 realms would not be a simple archaeological discovery. It would be the single most transformative event in human history, an instant that would shatter our understanding of physics, history, and our own potential. On one hand, we could witness a golden age unlike any other. The Crystal Palace of Atlantis could offer a working model of zero-point energy, a power source that draws directly from the fabric of space-time, rendering fossil fuels and nuclear reactors obsolete overnight. Imagine entire cities illuminated by clean, limitless energy, ending our dependency on finite resources and potentially reversing the damage of climate change. From the libraries of Alexandria's hidden Annex or the Akashic Records, we might recover lost medical knowledge, advanced gene therapies, cures for cancer and neurodegenerative diseases, and perhaps even the Lemurian secrets of telepathy and radical longevity, fundamentally altering what it means to be human. The historical records in these realms would force us to rewrite every textbook, revealing the true story of human origins, the rise and fall of pre-flood civilizations, and our possible connection to other intelligent life in the cosmos. The very foundations of science, religion, and philosophy would be upended in a whirlwind of exhilarating discovery. Yet, this breathtaking potential is shadowed by risks of equal or greater magnitude. The unsealing of these realms would be the ultimate Pandora's box, releasing not just knowledge but active, dormant dangers. Consider the terrifying possibility of breaching the dreamlands and inadvertently giving form to our collective nightmares, allowing archetypal entities of fear and chaos to manifest in our reality. Or what if accessing the forges of Svartalfheim unleashed not just wondrous artifacts, but the volatile, ancient curses that protect them, like the one that doomed all who possessed Anvari's gold? The geopolitical consequences alone could be catastrophic. The moment the location of Atlantis or the Hollow Earth was confirmed, it would trigger a global scramble more intense than any colonial land grab in history. Nations would race to claim these territories, not for their archaeological value, but for their strategic resources, the limitless energy of Atlantis, the rare minerals of the moon's hidden face, or the pristine ecosystems of the inner world. This would create unprecedented conflict, potentially leading to a new world war fought not over oil, but over the very technologies that could have saved us. The societal impact would be equally disruptive. If the Akashic Records revealed the unvarnished truth of every historical event, every secret, and every personal misdeed, it could shatter the trust that holds societies together, leading to widespread social unrest, the collapse of governments, and a complete breakdown of the narratives we rely on for stability. This immense duality forces us to ask a profound question. Were these realms sealed away as a punishment for our past failures, or were they hidden as a protective measure until we evolved enough to handle their contents responsibly? The recurring theme of hubris in these myths, from the sinking of Atlantis to the burial of Iram, suggests the ancient forces understood a fundamental truth about power. They knew that technology and wisdom must advance in tandem, and that giving godlike power to a species still plagued by greed, conflict, and short-sightedness is a recipe for self-annihilation. Perhaps the seals were designed with a built-in trigger, a kind of spiritual pressure plate that responds to the collective consciousness of humanity. In this view, the barriers around Shambhala or the Crystal Palace aren't weakening due to time, but because our global connectivity, our scientific advancements, and our growing ecological awareness are slowly raising our species' vibrational frequency, making us more resonant with the knowledge held within. This isn't a passive process, it's an active test. The unsealing may not be a single event, but a gradual process of revelation that only accelerates as we demonstrate greater global cooperation, ethical maturity, and a genuine commitment to stewardship over exploitation. The modern quest to find these places sits at a fascinating intersection of archaeology, spirituality, and cutting-edge technology. Today's explorers aren't just armed with shovels and maps. They use satellite radar, ground-penetrating sonar, and advanced data analysis to search for anomalies that match legendary descriptions. This technological pursuit, however, is often paralleled by a spiritual one. The same internet that spreads conspiracy theories about Nibiru also connects global meditation groups focused on harmonizing with the energy of Shambhala. We see this duality in the search for Shangri-La. On one hand, there are scientific expeditions using LiDAR to map unexplored Himalayan valleys, hoping to find physical evidence. On the other, there are pilgrims and practitioners who believe the path to the hidden valley is an internal one, achievable only through deep meditation and ethical purification. This creates a critical tension. If such a place were found, would it become an UNESCO World Heritage Site, studied and preserved, or would it be commodified, its peace and wisdom packaged and sold as a spiritual tourism experience, thereby destroying the very purity it was sealed to protect? The race to unseal these realms is, therefore, also a race for the soul of the discovery process itself. We can even look to contemporary phenomena for a blueprint of how such a revelation might unfold. The gradual, often contentious disclosure of information about unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAP, by governments around the world provides a fascinating parallel. For decades, the topic was relegated to the fringe, sealed away by official secrecy and public ridicule, a modern-day myth. Now, as credible witnesses, radar data, and official reports bring it into the mainstream, we are witnessing a slow, cautious, and often chaotic process of integration. Society is grappling with the implications of technological breakthroughs, potential threats, and a fundamental rethink of our place in the universe. The unsealing of a mythical realm would be this process multiplied 1,000-fold. It would require a global framework for responsible exploration, one that prioritizes international collaboration over national competition and establishes ethical guidelines for interacting with potentially non-human intelligence or wielding recovered technologies. The very fact that we are beginning to have these conversations about UAP suggests that, as a species, we are unconsciously preparing for a larger, more profound encounter with the unknown. Ultimately, the legacy of these 25 sealed realms is not just a collection of fascinating stories. it is a mirror reflecting our own readiness. The choice between curiosity and caution is the defining challenge of our potential future. Do we charge ahead with our most advanced technology, intent on prying open every locked door, or do we approach with humility, understanding that some truths must be earned through inner growth? The myths themselves suggest that the final key may not be a physical tool, but a collective shift in human consciousness. The unsealing of these domains may not happen when we build a better submarine or a more powerful telescope, but when we, as a global community, learn to lay down our weapons, heal our planet, and seek knowledge not for power but for wisdom. The greatest treasure guarded by all these realms might not be a crystal power source or an elixir of life, but the profound realization that we must first unseal the potential for peace, compassion, and unity within ourselves before we can ever hope to be entrusted with the wonders that wait, silent and patient, just beyond the veil. And so we reach the end of our grand tour through the veiled corridors of legend and memory. From the sunken spires of Atlantis to the resonant sands of the Gobi, these 25 sealed realms have offered us more than just a catalogue of lost wonders. They have presented a profound and continuous dialogue between humanity and the vast unknown. These stories, woven across continents and centuries, are not mere escapist fantasies. They are the enduring echoes of our collective soul, a symbolic language through which we have grappled with our greatest fears, our highest hopes, and the fundamental questions of our existence. They ask us what we value enough to protect, what we fear enough to lock away, and what we desire enough to quest for across countless generations. Each seal, whether forged by divine wrath, elemental fury, or mystical decree, is a testament to a universal understanding that there are forces, knowledge, and states of being so powerful that they require a boundary, a sacred line drawn not to limit us but to guide our growth. The recurring patterns we have witnessed are impossible to ignore. The cautionary tales of hubris, seen in the drowned glory of Atlantis and the sand-scoured pillars of Iram, serve as eternal reminders that advancement without wisdom is a path to self-destruction. They tell us that technology, architecture, and power are hollow achievements if they are not built upon a foundation of ethical integrity and reverence for the world we inhabit. Conversely, the sanctuaries of Avalon and Shambhala, sealed away for the worthy, speak to our most resilient hope that purity, compassion, and enlightenment are not lost ideals, but living realities awaiting our readiness. These realms suggest that the universe itself holds a place for our better nature, preserving it like a seed in winter, ready to bloom when the climate of our collective spirit becomes more temperate. This duality is the very heart of the human journey, the constant, delicate dance between our capacity for creation and our propensity for downfall, between the ambition that builds towers and the humility that knows when to retreat. Perhaps the most compelling insight from this entire exploration is the nature of the keys required to open these legendary gates. Time and again, the myths assert that the means of access are rarely physical. You cannot build a submarine strong enough to pierce the prismatic shield of the Crystal Palace, nor a spacecraft fast enough to catch the rogue orbit of Nibiru. The true mechanisms are far more personal. They are vibrational, ethical, and spiritual. The sonic barrier around Shambhala yields not to force, but to the frequency of a pure heart. The mists of Avalon part not for the most detailed map, but for the most unwavering faith. The judgment in the Hall of Mat is passed not on wealth or status, but on the weight of a life lived with truth and justice. This consistent theme transforms these legends from external adventures into a powerful allegory for inner transformation. The quest to find these realms is, at its core, a metaphor for the journey of self-discovery. The locked doors we seek to open in the world are merely reflections of the locked potentials within our own consciousness. This brings us to a final, deeply personal reflection. While we have traversed these 25 realms together, your own journey with them is just beginning. Which of these sealed domains calls out to you most powerfully? Does your spirit resonate with the intellectual yearning for the lost annex of the Library of Alexandria, craving the forbidden texts that could rewrite history? Or are you drawn to the serene, harmonious peace of Shangri-La, seeking a refuge from the noise and haste of the modern world? Perhaps the raw, creative chaos of the dreamlands stirs your imagination, or the steadfast, independent craftsmanship of Svartalfheim's dwarves speaks to your own desire for mastery and autonomy. There is a profound reason why a particular myth captures our imagination. It often points to a dormant aspect of our own psyche, a sealed chamber within ourselves that is ready to be explored and integrated. The realm that resonates with you is a clue, a symbolic map to your own inner landscape and the treasures, or challenges, that await you there. As we close this chapter, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you for embarking on this incredible voyage into the heart of mystery. Your curiosity is the very engine that keeps these ancient stories alive and relevant. The conversation does not have to end here. I am genuinely eager to hear which of these 25 realms captured your imagination most powerfully. Was it the celestial garden of Tamontian, the frozen frontier of Thule, or the resonant hollow earth? Share your thoughts and the reasons behind your connection in the comments below. Let's build a community of modern-day seekers, sharing our own maps to the wonders that lie just beyond the edge of the known. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the sealed corners of our world's imagination, please consider subscribing to the channel. We have many more mysteries to unravel together, from forgotten civilizations and enigmatic artifacts to the unsolved puzzles that linger at the fringes of science and history. Our journey through the realms sealed by ancient forces ultimately leaves us not with a sense of finality, but with an invitation. It is an invitation to look at the world and at ourselves with fresh eyes. To recognize that the boundaries between myth and reality, between the past and the present, and between the outer world and the inner self, are far more porous than we often assume. The true legacy of these tales is not a list of locations to be found, but a set of questions to be lived. How do we balance our ambition with humility? How do we cultivate the inner purity that might one day make us worthy of the paradises we dream of? The greatest discovery we can make is that the most important sealed realms are not hidden in distant deserts or at the bottom of the sea. They are within us, and the quest to unseal them, to unlock our capacity for wisdom, compassion, and boundless curiosity, is the most heroic journey any of us will ever undertake. May the echoes of these lost kingdoms continue to inspire you long after this video ends, guiding you to seek the magic and mystery that await, not just beyond the horizon, but within the depths of your own extraordinary